Hello, everybody. Welcome to the special business meeting for the District of Squamish for Tuesday, November 25th. Holland Squallen, Quis Tuktumut, Tus Squamish Okmeo. As always, we're gathered to do our work today on the traditional unceded territory of the Squamish Nation. Please be advised that this council meeting is being live streamed, recorded, and will be available to the public to view on the District of Squamish website following the meeting. If you have concerns, please notify the corporate officer present at the meeting, which is Ms. Von Bloudot. Could I have someone move adoption of the agenda, please? Moved by Councillor Stoner, second by Councillor Hamilton. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. So before we get underway, I just wanted to bring to sort of run council through thoughts on how we're going to manage today. We do have times in our in the agenda on the table. We're going to do our best to stay there. I recognize that some of these pieces might take longer. I'd like to move through them and then we can come back if we don't get all the way through rather than get bogged. I'm a little concerned about being bogged down in one particular spot and not getting all the way through, and then we can come back at the end. So that's the plan. And thank you to staff for creating this, the breakdown that we have, and of course for everybody for coming to participate today. So without further ado, we will go on to our first order of business. And I will turn it over to Ms. Boxrud.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor, Council, and members of the public joining us today. My name is Heather Boxrud, CFO and General Manager of Financial IT and Procurement Services. My pronouns are she, her. I'm joined today with Laura Turner, Director of Financial Planning and Reporting, and several budget managers that are here to support Council in navigating our 10-year special operating and capital plan. As the Mayor noted, we have a very big agenda for this 3-hour workshop today, and we'll be covering two major parts of the district's financial plan, which is the special operating projects and the capital projects. The workshop has been broken down into two primary parts. Part one, we will cover the special operating projects, which will take approximately a third of our budget workshop today. And then part two, the capital project, which is far bigger, and the aim is to take 2/3 of the workshop. Part one, Ms. Turner will provide Council with an overview of the special operating project budget and highlight a few key projects. And then we will pause for Council questions, discussion, and deliberation. Staff will then provide Council with the staff recommendation for consideration. Part two, we will introduce the district's newly formed capital committee, present the work they have tackled over the year and the various initiatives this committee will undertake to evolve and improve the district's capital planning process. The committee will walk us through the capital plan overview and provide Council and the community with some insights into the municipal capital cost estimate process. We will then spend some time introducing the newly formed Recreation Task Force, which comprises members of the Capital Committee, Recreation, Finance, and Communications, addressing Brennan Park upgrades and expansion opportunities. The Capital Committee team will then present highlights of the capital plan by department, pausing and allowing Council to ask questions and provide direction between each departmental topic. We will then finalize the workshop with an introduction to the DCC strategy work that the Capital Committee will undertake in 2026. So each year we work towards adoption of the budget in December to enable staff to begin work on their projects and programs right away in January of the following year. Due to the labor dispute in October, many elements of the financial planning process were delayed. However, we are pleased to be back into our financial planning cycle, and our workshops have been rescheduled into Council's agenda. We have already completed the general fund and the utility workshop in September and October. Our meeting next week will set the utility rates established in the utilities workshop through 3 readings of the fees and charges bylaw. And then on December 9th, we will bring together Council direction provided through the workshops in the tying it all together. On December 10th, we encourage the community to join us at our public information night, which will be held at House on Brewery between 6 and 8 p.m. Council and staff will reconvene on December 16th to discuss the feedback we have received on the budget throughout the entire budget cycle, including through our various channels and those who attended the public information night. We will then take a pause over the winter break and reconvene in January for 3 readings and adoption of the 2026 to 2035 financial plan. This slide is a reminder of the several engagement opportunities and the public information and input tools available, including Let's Talk Squamish, the Hub for Public Information, and the district's online budget tool, Budget Book. And one final plug from the previous slide, the budget information night will be held at Howe Sound Brewery on December 10th between 6 and 8 p.m. So staff are here today to present the district's very first 10-year special operating and capital program. This is an important and big milestone for the district as we look beyond 5 years. Under the community charter, local governments are required to adopt a financial plan for 5 years. However, the Government Finance Officers Association recommends a long-term financial plan to project revenues, expenses, and financial position beyond just 5 years. We are very proud to say that this community is one of the very few early adopters of the 10-year plan in BC. Long-term plans are a tremendous amount of work, but are integral and of enormous benefit for the financial planning for a municipality. A 10-year plan addresses both the short-term needs and the long-term financial sustainability of the district, incorporates master plans, and aids in the prioritization of capital requirements. Most importantly, a 10-year plan ensures the district is building adequate reserves to support our capital program long-term, decreases the reliance on borrowing where possible, and makes taxation predictable so that it does not fluctuate greatly year over year. Long-term planning has its limitations. It's important to note that a 10-year plan is a directional tool meant to gauge future financial needs of the district to support decision-making, and is inherently uncertain due to the reliance on assumptions, data limitations, subjectivity to external events such as natural disasters or geopolitical events, and an inability to predict policy and regulation changes. The 10-year financial plan assumptions are based on historical trends, labor contracts, inflation, and cost increases. Needless to say, staff have made tremendous efforts in the budget that is presented to you today, and their dedication and efforts have been exceptional. With that, we will get going, and I will now hand it over to Ms. Turner to kick off part 1 of the workshop.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Laura Turner, Director of Financial Planning and Reporting, and my pronouns are she, her. Part 1 of the workshop today is a continuation of the General Fund Budget Workshop on October 7th, and will focus on special operating projects. Special operating projects are one-time or non-recurring projects outside of the district's regular service operations. For the 2026 to 2035 financial plan, projects total $22.5 million, with $7.7 million in 2026. This includes $8.9 million in the 10-year plan for large externally funded operational initiatives, such as the Woodfibre LNG Fortis BC Eagle Mountain Gas Pipeline and the Squamish Housing Action Plan implementation. Excluding these large externally funded projects, for 2026, SOP will be funded by taxation of $243,000, government grants of $1.2 million, CACs of $70,000, and reserves of $1.5 million, and other external sources of $210,000. As noted on the previous slide, the major funding sources of special operating projects include taxation, grants, and reserves. The taxation of $1.5 million will be used to fund several projects over the 10 years, such as parking strategy updates, downtown street lighting and complete streets guidelines, Squamish Climate Action Group Partnership, the Squamish Nation Year of Truth, and the major OCP update. Government grants of $5 million will be used to fund multiple projects over 10 years of the plan, such as the circular economy implementation, fire smart activities, and emergency operations equipment and training projects. And district reserves will be used to fund multiple initiatives, totaling $5.7 million over the 10-year plan, including master plan updates, engineering studies, inspections, and condition assessments. Projects that were previously endorsed in the 2025 to 2029 financial plan and continue into the 26 to 35 plan total $20.8 million, with $7.4 million in 2026. Some projects have been further identified as critical, where the district may be subject to a legislative health or safety or financial risk if the project is not completed. These critical projects total $3.1 million over the 10-year plan, with $900,000 in 2026. This includes the River Channel Survey, which will inform whether ongoing aggradation has impacted flood levels, the Chikai Hazard Land Development Policy, which was moved forward to 2026 to address risk tolerance levels for new development, and the Squamish and Masheter water supply inspection and maintenance to ensure regular maintenance of the aging infrastructure. Other notable projects that were endorsed in the 2025 to 29 financial plan include the Fire Smart residential and fuel management activities, which is a multi-year grant-funded initiative for wildfire risk reduction programs. Squamish Housing Action Plan implementation, which has been extended by 1 year and is funded by the CMHC Housing Accelerator Fund, and the Plateau Thunderbird Reservoir Condition Assessments funded by District Reserves. New special operating projects pending endorsement total 1.7 million over the 10-year plan, with 219,000 in 2026. Similar to the previously endorsed projects, the new projects have been identified as critical where the district may be subject to legislative, health and safety, or financial risk if the project's not completed. New critical projects total 185,000 over the 10-year plan, with just 35,000 in 2026. This includes a 3rd Avenue tide group condition assessment, water supply trunk main assessment and inspection, and the wastewater collection system operational safety assessment. Other notable new projects starting in 2026 include the Squamish Nation Year of Truth, which will include storytelling and narrative work in partnership with Squamish Nation, community dialogue sessions, communication materials, and public engagement support. The Fire Services Master Plan, which is a 5-year strategic plan to incorporate new risks associated with major industry and increased risks with density, high buildings, and wildfire threats. And the Official Community Plan update. And I will now turn it over to Sarah McJanet to provide additional details on the project.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. For Council's visibility, we are providing a breakdown of the OCP Special Operating Project budget across multiple years, given this is a large line item in the budget of 669,000. As you know, the major update is scheduled for 2028 to 29, and there is pre-planning work that will involve collaboration and consulting work with Squamish Nation on DRIPA, as outlined in our Memorandum of Understanding with the Nation. A planning and engagement contract is proposed for the OCP update itself, which is similar to our 2040 plan update in 2016. And the value of that contract is proposed at 200,000 over 2.5 years. We are also including staff resourcing within the project budget for GIS, geospatial analysis, and mapping integration, including implementation of the environmentally sensitive areas mapping and wildlife corridor integration, as well as dedicated communications and engagement support. Thank you.
And that concludes part 1 of our presentation on special operating projects. So I'll turn it back to the chair for discussion, noting the recommendation before council.
Thank you very much. And so council, who would like to kick us off with questions? And if you don't have your camera on, could you please do so? Questions? I know everyone's reviewing their notes as to where to start, likely. Go ahead, Councillor French.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Herford. I'm a little worried that my questions maybe belong in the next segment, and if that's the case, I'm fully prepared to hold them. Once the community boat launch feasibility assessment is completed, I'm curious to know how will budgeting for construction of a boat launch be handled? And I'm asking this because I don't see anything in the financial plan documents that talk about further action once the feasibility assessment is produced.
Through to council, for the community feasibility assessment for the boat launch at Darrell Bay, there is no budget included in the long range financial plan because there's no decision point that's been made around advancing that. So firstly, staff will be bringing back a report with key findings of that feasibility assessment in the near future before the year end. And at that point, council can revisit the conversation, but at this point in time, there's no decision point around that. It's for information.
Okay, thank you. And there's nothing that I could find about the pool deck following the slippery deck surface issue. And my question here is this because any future investment in the pool deck is part of a larger budget item? And if that's the case, where is that specific issue or project captured?
And I would welcome a response that that's a question for capital, just to keep us going. But I'll take it now because we're here. But just broadly, if we get into capital questions, we can defer to there. Is that the answer for this one?
Thank you, through the chair. Yes, that's the answer for this one.
Okay, so we'll come back to you on that one. We will get the chance. Do you have another? You want to try anything else?
Let's see how
We'll keep
number
going.
3 goes.
Yeah. No, that's fine.
Previous budgets have included the creation of policy regulating steep slope development areas, and I haven't seen any reference to that project in this year's documentation. So I'd like to know what staff can tell us about the steep slopes policy work.
Through the Mayor, Jonas Vanishkis, Senior Director of Community Development, that is a current project, so it's already underway, and that's why there's no budget in future years.
All right, 2 out of 3 is not bad. Thanks.
Not bad. We'll compare scores around the room as we go through this because it is challenging as these issues do overlap. Go ahead, Councillor Penningill.
Yeah, the first one, bit of a contextual one, and just wondering why something like the water supply trunk main assessment is a special project as opposed to part of a capital plan or an operating. And maybe it doesn't matter, like, is there a fundamental difference when something is a special operating project? Is it really could be in any place and that just sort of seems to be the best fit? Or is there a fundamental difference or importance of why it's that and not something else?
Thank you for the question, through you, Mayor. It's a great question. So if there is an actual asset already in a capital plan, we are able to, from accounting rules perspective, we're able to capitalize the planning stage of it. If there's not something already specified, then you do have to put a plan or a plan that's broader to multiple capital through the operating world. So it's in the special operating projects.
Okay, and so then the assessment would be done, there'd be some water main trunk stuff done, and then in the future, that stuff would all be part of a capital budget, probably.
Through the chair, so any of the construction would become part of the capital.
Okay, and then another, I have a question about debt levels. Is that for now or for later, or?
Thank you for the question, through the chair. That is for the capital section.
Okay, and this is another one where I just have lost track in all of everything that's been going on, but some things like youth council and ongoing or new work with the IDEA committee, all ages and abilities, accessibility committees, and so on, where do those fit? And what sort of budget would I expect those in?
Through the chair, those are all operationalized, so that would be part of the general fund operating budget.
Okay, I will leave it there for now.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks very much. There's 29,000, call it 30,000 for field allocation policy. We've certainly all heard from user groups that they would like to see some improvements in this. When we say field allocation policy, does that mean all of the facilities at Brennan Park, pools, ice rinks, gyms, or is that specifically fields?
Through the chair, JDO, Director of Recreation and Culture. So the field allocation policy is specifically for sport fields. There's separate policies for ice allocation, and pool allocation does not have a policy yet. So this one's specific to fields.
Okay. So is there a reason why those policies need to, I'm struggling to see the conceptual difference between scheduling a field versus scheduling a rink or a pool?
Through the chair. So generally the field is the most common policy to work from. Each one has different nuances in terms of categories of groups and usage. So when the field allocation policy is updated, we can use that as a base to update future or other allocation policies as well.
Okay, and my next question, still on this line. So we're allocating a $30,000 budget to this field allocation policy update. Am I to just, I would infer from that that we're hiring a consultant to provide advice?
Through the chair, that's correct. And there'll be engagement with user groups as well.
Okay. Is there a reason that we don't, what do we need from the consultant? What is the advice from the consultant or the content expertise from the consultant that we don't have in-house to develop a policy like this?
Through the chair, the consultants generally support in developing these policies because they've done them in multiple communities, so they understand best practices. They also help support with effective facilitation of user groups, making sure we ask the right questions and gather the right information. So yeah, they're critical as knowledge holders in these specialized policies.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. Through the chair. I'm also going to start with kind of a general question related to special operating. There's a few projects that are allocated to be funded through the CAC reserve, in particular the Neighborhood Parks Plan and the Parks and Rec Master Plan. I'm just curious why we feel like those projects are supported to be funded by the CAC reserve, given our CAC policy language. My understanding of our CAC policy language is that it's really more intended to be focused on like tangible items that ideally are directly connected to development, as opposed to kind of higher level master planning work, which is what we just do as a government.
Now, through the chair, the policy, I think, is a policy. So the district has flexibility in choosing the funding sources. It's not a bylaw. There are no provincial regulations that would direct our work or how it's funded, because those plans are directly related to community-wide amenities. The staff are of the opinion that it is an appropriate source of funding, but there are alternatives such as taxation as well.
Okay, and then can staff provide a little bit more information specifically on the Neighborhood Parks Plan? We are proposing to spend $100,000 over 2 years to develop 3 park plans, but not actually implement any park infrastructure, which feels a little bit steep, in addition to another $130,000 for the Parks and Rec Master Plan. So I'm just wondering if we can dovetail those, how they're different, and what the community will actually see as a result of them, given that we're spending CAC money on them.
Through the mayor, my name is Elaine Naseby, Parks Planner. And so thank you very much for the question. Our Parks and Rec Master Plan is from 2012, so it's outdated and we are working on an update. And in the meantime, we are still moving forward with our recommendations from our previous plan. One of Council's strategic priorities is a net increase in the amount of park space. And so we've heard from the community that there are 3 neighborhood park parcels that are not activated with features in them. So we have the parkland, the neighborhoods have been asking for something in them. So the work with the Neighborhood Park Plan project is essentially $30,000 for each of the parks, but we're grouping them into one project. And the work is public engagement with the neighborhood, as well as a concept plan being developed for each one. And so that is different than our long-range strategic overall park system and recreation, Parks and Rec Master Plan.
Thank you for that. Just as a follow-up, with respect to activating neighborhood parks, there's been a lot of really great lessons learned, both from our own community in terms of the work that our Squamish has done, and then more broadly on how to activate public spaces in creative ways for little money. have we explored any of the opportunity to actually just direct that $100,000 to activate the parks?
Through the mayor, the first step was seen as I have described, and so that could be another way to do it.
Councillor Pettingill on this point?
Yeah, just related, and we've had a few different discussions over the years about washrooms and washroom availability in public spaces and parks and so on. Where are we on that general concept? And I'm sort of asking in this context, but maybe it belongs somewhere else.
Through the mayor, that will certainly be something that we look at in the upcoming Parks and Rec master plan. We have recently got a new washroom at Squamish Feather Park, and we will also be getting a washroom at Garibaldi Springs Park, which will have a different name actually. So we are getting washrooms in our new destination parks, and yeah, we will be looking at that more in the Parks and Rec master plan.
So I think we've also at times, I thought, had talked about porta potties or Johnny on the spot sort of things more in the short term. Is there anything in that sort of line of thinking that is at play right now? Or are we only looking at sort of more substantial permanent facilities?
Through the mayor, I actually don't. I don't know. I haven't been involved in that, but I don't know if maybe a different staff person has, but not that I'm aware of.
Is there anyone that would like just to take the bait on that? Is there someone that has comment on this?
Through the chair, can you please repeat the question?
Yeah, I think in the past, as we've talked about washrooms, I thought we'd sort of wondered about in some places, Johnny on the spots like porta potties and in sort of a shorter term or more affordable solution, maybe to find washrooms in more parks and public spaces. And I'm just wondering if there's anything in our plans that is looking at that or where that would sit, or is that something we're just not thinking about right now?
With respect to whether they exist in the plans or not, we would have to review and come back. Currently, specifically from a public works perspective, we look at it strictly from within the budget that we have and maintaining the existing porta potties that we do have on site. I'm not aware of any additional planning to put additional porta potties until we get additional washroom facilities, but we can review and bring that back.
Go ahead, Ms. Turner.
Through the chair. So as part of the operating budget workshop, council did direct staff to bring back information on washrooms. So we will be bringing something back at December 9th.
Okay, thank you for that. Do you want to continue? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. I think building off of one of Councillor Pengill's earlier questions, I just wanted to clarify. So the sewer master plan and the wastewater treatment plant master plan projects, those are considered special operating projects because they're kind of short-term in nature, but they are existing infrastructure. And so can you just clarify why they're special ops projects as opposed to just operating projects?
Thank you for the question, through the chair. So when there's a capital project that has planning, a part of it, we are able to, from accounting rules, capitalize the planning portion of it. If it's a broader plan, then it becomes operational. We don't operationalize it in the general or the utilities actual operating budgets because it is bookended. It's a one-time plan. So it becomes a special operating project in that regard.
And can you further clarify why they wouldn't be within the utility budget as opposed to the general operating budget?
Through the chair, they are in the utility budget, whether they're sewer or water. This is the entire, both utilities and general fund SOP. You'll see them actually funded by the reserves, the respective reserves. So the sewer, water, etc.
Okay, I will review the reserve continuity schedule more closely. My last question on special ops was around the home energy retrofit assist program. I don't see Mr. Pickett's in the, oh yeah, there he is. And I was just curious about our strategy with this, given significant shifts in other orders of government's approaches to rebates. I'm just, yeah, curious if this makes the best sense for utilizing the money that we have.
Through the chair, my name is Ian Picketts. I'm the manager of sustainability and climate change. This is an excellent question. We do have a contract to renew this program for another year. So in May of 2027, we are going to have a serious rethink and review of the strategy and how to go forward. Part of the funding in that is for rebate top-ups. And with the rapidly changing landscape, there is some of the rebate top-ups were no longer available to do. So we are likely going to underspend that portion of the budget, but there is flexibility to offer new rebates in lieu of the ones that have been taken away. So we can be a little bit nimble in the top-ups that we offer. But yes, your point is well taken. We will rethink how to best deliver this when the contract is up. Thank you.
So can I just clarify, are we able to provide rebates for, like, are we going to be reviewing where we can best allocate that rebate money? So like if like EV charging is actually the best option and take away all the home energy retrofit component, is that the level of conversation that we're having for the next year of funding?
Yes, we will be able to do that. We are somewhat limited in what rebates we can offer because we have to go through other organizations. So for example, for a heat pump, we can offer a $350 rebate or a $2,000 rebate and nothing in between. So we are bound to other processes in what we can provide and how much, but we're actively working with BC Hydro and other organizations on how to best deliver it.
Thank you. Other questions before I go into my own? Councillor Anderson?
Thank you. In looking through the work plan, if you like, that's reflected in the financial plan, I'm not seeing any attention to industrial land inventory and demand analysis. This is addressed in our strategic plan of council. I think it's item 4.4. We are addressing commercial office in some respects, but not industrial. We have a line item regarding the Chikai Hazard Land Development Policy, updating this, and this surely will need to address industrial land use and demand. And we have a employment land strategy which points out that we're going to be running out of medium industrial land by 2026, which is indeed the case we already have. So I'm just wondering if staff can comment, looking ahead in the years ahead, what do we plan to do about industrial land inventory and industrial land planning? Thank you.
Through the mayor, that is an excellent question. Thank you. We are expecting a neighborhood planning process to occur on the Chikai fan lands, and that is expected to be the natural place for future industrial land. So that is why it's not showing up separately as a process. We are expecting it to be part and partial to a neighborhood planning process that will occur in North Squamish.
Thank you. My second question.
Sorry, just if I can, just on this point, is that what's meant in the special operating? There is a Chikai land development. I forget the title of that piece. Is that it, or is that a separate project that exists somewhere else, or is developer led or funded?
That is a related project, but it's not the project that will look at specifically industrial land inventory. The related project will be an application that we're expecting for the Chikai fan lands for the broader land use planning process beyond the Ross Road area.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Anderson. I just wanted to clarify because I'll be asking additional questions on that piece later. Go ahead.
Not at all, Mayor Herford. I appreciated that. follow-up. I have a couple of questions in the economic development realm. Firstly, there is a project identified as developing resilience through economic reconciliation. Of course, this has been a big theme for this council and with the recent MOU. However, the MOU does not address industrial land planning. My question is, how or will this proposed program, Developing Resilience Through Economic Reconciliation, address areas long identified as relevant to economic reconciliation, but which are not listed in the MOU? Are we going to be taking this into account? Have these been identified? We have a long history, if you like, of pledging to do joint land use planning with the Squamish Nation. I just wanted to be, if you could alleviate my concern that we're not going to lose track of this goal and need in our economic reconciliation efforts and in our work together with the Squamish Nation. Thank you. It's not identified in the work plan, in the financial plan. Thank you.
Through the chair, Patricia Ng, Economic Development Officer. Yes, it will not get lost. We will use this proposed program to look at the areas that have been long identified around the joint planning on industrial employment lands with Squamish Nation through the Land Back Task Force, which is one of the priority areas of the Squamish Nation and District of Squamish MOU. We will take the opportunity to scope out what the Land Back Task Force will look like and understand which of the policy and strategy opportunities can be embedded within that work. And anything that is remaining that doesn't fit, we will look to develop a plan to see how we can address those in the future.
Thank you very much. Another question also in the economic development area is the marine impact study. We've had a few discussions between staff and council over the last few years about the scope of this proposed study. And I'm just wondering if I could get an update on staff's thinking around scope. And I'll introduce one reason why. Just last week, a meeting of representatives from municipalities between here and Prince George met to discuss the situation regarding CN Rail and the potential deactivation of the rail line. And what emerges out of that discussion is the critical role of Squamish marine facilities. We have 2 marine facilities now or potentially connected to rail, and they're critical. And it just introduces that wider scope of looking at our harbor planning and our relationship of our harbor to the rest of the province, if you like. So I'm just wondering what the scope will be. We have in the past talked or thought about more narrowly, a more narrow scope to recreational boating, but I just wonder if staff could give an update on our thinking around a marine impact study, marine planning. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah McJanet, Manager of Community Planning. The planning team will be working closely with economic development on the marine impact study in 2026. Council will be receiving a report before the end of the year for information around the scoping and grant funding opportunity that has been identified for that work. To Councillor Anderson's question around geographic scope, the scope of that study will be to look at the marine economy inclusive of all marine activities that are occurring on or dependent on marine areas within Squamish. So we will be focusing the assessment around the marine sector and all the components of marine activities and impacts both for Squamish and the wider region. So council can look forward to more detail in an upcoming council memo and report before the end of the year.
Thank you very much, Mr. McJanet. That's very helpful. I do have a couple more questions. Mayor Herford, would you like to come back to me?
I've got some folks already signed up for round
then.
2, so we'll keep moving and maybe some of your colleagues will have looked after it. If not, we'll come back.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay. And we are at about 15 minutes to go on this subject, though. I say as I launch into my questions. I was curious, in the past, we've discussed the timing of executing a tourism master plan, and I don't see that here at all. And I just wonder, so I'm wondering if it exists elsewhere. I expect it as a special operating project. So could someone fill me in on the status of a tourism master plan as presented in our last financial plan?
Through the chair, Julie Vengi, General Manager of Corporate Services. The Tourism Master Plan was removed from the budget in 2025, and there is no placeholder in the budget for that work going forward.
Okay, I'll mull on that for a second. I'm going to go back to the Chikai project that's in the financial plan for 2026. The description is pretty high level, and I'm not too sure if it's can staff clarify the geographic scope and sort of what the deliverables are of this? Is this where we would look at the appropriateness of changing like R3 to R1? Like, is that project based on the risk level there, or what is that project exactly?
Through the chair, can I just confirm, are you asking about the Chikai hazard land policy project?
Yes, I think that's the one, yeah.
My name is David Rolston, Senior Manager of Infrastructure Planning. That project is the objective of that is to look at risk, life loss risk, and economic risk through the Chikai fan and ensure that risk is managed within an acceptable level in consideration of the neighborhood planning process that would take place there, and ensure, basically that their safety is managed within acceptable levels.
So just as this relates to those, we have these properties that have been, have, I think it's R3 mostly, that fall within the sort of the already developed area of Brackendale. Some of that is because of the river flood risk, and others from the debris flow. And I'm looking for the path for those properties to whatever that next appropriate stage zoning would be. Is this that, or is that something else that's happening, or am I missing the point?
That is related to this project. So in terms of sequencing, the debris flow hazard mitigation work will happen. We will initiate the development control policy and get through that process before we make any changes to existing zoning on the Chikai fan lands. And somewhere in there, at the very end, would probably be the neighborhood planning process, which will then further establish future land uses. But we will have to deal with the R3 zoning following the completion of this development control policy. So the policy will inform the future of those lands.
Okay, and just so I get that sequencing right, that work, the barrier needs to be complete before that work can be initiated, or are we sort of moving towards like starting that in advance of, because I think we have about 6 months or something of construction at last update I had. So are we starting this work after that and then into 2027 with deliverables, and then another planning in 2027, or just what should folks, I am getting some questions from the neighborhood on this piece. So I just want to understand the timing so I can communicate that.
We may start the policy work before kind of, everything is done on the debris flow barrier, but we certainly won't be finishing it before that point. So we'll need all the certifications accepting of substantial completion of the barrier before we can finalize the policy.
Okay, that makes good sense. Thank you. There's a line item around the reservoir conditions. Sorry, I'm all over the place. There's a lot of things in here. The reservoir conditions for the one above Valley Cliff and the one at top of Thunderbird. I remember being interested and curious about this when this first came to us last term, and I see, and it's sort of keeps getting shuffled. And then a budget increase as well. So I'm just wondering why it's been bumped to date, and how solid it is where it is.
Through the chair, yes, we have, the district has two reservoirs that are bored into granite, so they're located in solid rock. They don't have great access into them, which makes inspection very challenging. So we have done preliminary work to look at how we would gain access to those reservoirs to complete the condition assessment. And through that, we have refined our methodology for how that will be done, as well as the associated cost estimates. So that's why there have been delays. And so we now have a much better plan and cost estimation to do that work. And in addition to that, in order to drain one of the reservoirs for inspection, we required completion of the new reservoirs that have just been completed in the last year at the university. So now we have backup storage that allows for draining one of those reservoirs to complete the inspection.
Okay, thank you. And then my last piece, I thought it was interesting that the municipal election ends up being in here as a special operating. It occurs at a regular, at a regular cadence. And something I wanted to, I'm interested in how we would put, in a similar way, a reoccurring item, should the council of the day choose to pursue it, that looks at council remuneration every term, so that the council and community get eyes on it and make sure that we can check in on it. At this point, that was done in the run up to 2018. So it's been a while. And my understanding is that's would be essentially best practices. Has any thought gone into this piece at all, or is this something that needs to be I need to put forward here?
And thank you, through the mayor. Similar to the election, something like that will be what we would call a cyclical expense. So it would be in the budget, but not every year. And in terms of that particular project, it's not something that staff would put forward, but certainly if council wanted to include that in this budget and moving forward as a cyclical expense, that's something that we could add. But we would need direction.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to see that happen broadly as a concept, but I'm not sure the appropriate funds to, with the scoping of that. So would if we were to discuss this in this meeting, is there enough time to scope it, or would a dollar value need to be put to it at this point in this late stage of the game?
Through the chair, Julie Vengi, General Manager of Corporate Services. It's my understanding that something of that nature has been scoped and is in the vicinity of $15,000 for a consultant to undertake it.
Okay. I'll just, council, I think we should consider that. I'll keep going with questions, and then we'll deal with motions at the end of this segment. Although we're into the 9 minutes left on this clock for this. So I'm going to go to Councillor Hamilton to start us off with round 2, and then I've got Councillor Anderson and Pettingill.
Yeah, thanks very much. And my next question is about things a bit far afield, but it's the housing needs report update and the population projection modeling update, which both appear in 2032 for $40,000 each. Am I to understand that this is implying that we won't have any housing needs report updates or population modeling updates between 2026 and 2031?
Sarah McJanet, Manager of Community Planning. To Councillor Hamilton's question, in the long range plan, there is a distinct housing needs report update that occurs in 2032, and then another amount that's within the OCP update, larger project, to integrate that work. So legislatively, we are required to update our housing needs report every 5 years. So we have to do another report by the end of 2028, and then every 5 years thereafter. The amount there, so there's a distinct amount for the housing needs report update. So that's typically contracted out with the planning consultant. And also the population projection modeling update is also separate. So that's a distinct piece of work that we brought forward this year, if you recall the work of Andrew Ramlow. And so following the next census, we will do periodic updates and then also update those population projections to ensure that we have a robust set of projections to work with over time. So those are distinct pieces of work. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, just to be sure I understood the answer, that these items are effectively inside the OCP update, which is why we don't see them as separate items here in 2027-ish. Is that?
For clarity, in the they actually are distinct. So they have separate special operating project numbers within. So that's an attachment 1 with your larger table. And so those are within the new special operating projects at the bottom of your screen. I'm sorry, I don't have a page number for you.
Do you have the project number?
Yes. So the housing needs report update is 6230011. And that's $20,000 in 2032. And then the population modeling is a separate piece, 6230013.
Yeah.
And also, just for further clarity, apologies, the update that meets our requirement for the 2028 housing needs report is currently within the half funding, actually. So that's within a different budget.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
And there will be more housing needs reports and population estimates between now and 2032. They just don't appear as separate line items because they're part of larger projects elsewhere. Is that correct?
These ones for the 2032 are separate line items in those special operating projects, but the one for the near term, is actually part of the half housing accelerator funding project budget.
Great, thanks.
Thank you.
Awesome. And this housing needs report update, moving forward, is this the provincially mandated one from the HART Foundation project? I'm not sure what to call it.
Yes and no. So the legislation within the Local Government Act requires regular housing needs reports. We will get guidance from the province. There is that provincial methodology, but also we have set an aspiration and objective to go above and beyond that with our population projections and modeling to do a more robust housing needs report.
Okay, thanks very much.
Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. We have an arts, cultural, and heritage strategy, which one of whose recommendations is to undertake developing cultural space targets to support the future development of cultural and heritage facilities in Squamish. That is cultural facilities planning, scheduled to, in that plan, propose for 2027. Or to get started perhaps in 2027. We have in our current financial plan, the Real Estate and Facilities Master Plan update proposed to get underway in 2028. But the only reference I see to cultural facilities planning is under the project description for Parks and Recreation Master Plan, which says that early scoping, engagement, and analysis will assess whether culture may be included. My question to staff is there an update on considering cultural facilities planning as part of the Parks and Recreation Master Plan update or otherwise? What's the plan for looking ahead at cultural facilities planning and needs? Thank you.
Through the chair, thanks for the question. So staff understand the importance of cultural space planning and recommendations that are put forth in the Arts, Culture, and Heritage Strategy. Staff also acknowledges the work that Squamish Arts has done in developing a future needs study in 2024, focused on developing cultural facilities. As a part of the scope planning for the upcoming Parks and Rec Master Plan update and Real Estate and Facilities Master Plan update, staff will review which strategy cultural space planning fits best. Existing strategies like the ACHS and the needs study recommendations will be considered in the future work that will be undertaken.
Thank you. I can't help but offer the comment, because I'm very familiar with the Squamish Arts study, that what it does is propose some design solutions once we decide on what our needs are. That study did not undertake a needs assessment. That work is still pending. I do have one more question, Mayor Herford. Thank you. I'll try to be quick. And this concerns fire smart residential and fuel management activities. And over the last few weeks, we've seen some land clearing or roadside vegetation management in the Ross Road area. The fate of all that material was to be buried in the ground. It was all buried in the ground up by the airport. And this is relevant to our Fire Smart programming. It also has to deal with biomass that is extracted in those programs, including from neighborhoods. And there's more than what we can deal with. And we don't seem to have a solution. And the Fire Smart team, I know, is concerned that it's reducing the potential scope of what we could be doing in Fire Smart, is dealing with this material, biomass material. My question is, in this program, which is $400,000 for 2026, is there a potential that we could address a strategy for dealing with, and I'm going to quote from our Community Wildfire Protection Plan, current biomass disposal diversion programs and explore alternative wood waste disposal methods? We've set goals on this council and the last council and the council before that. Can we include some effort to address this issue as part of this program or elsewhere? Thank you.
Hi, Pascal St. Louis, General Manager of Public Safety. Thank you for the question. It's definitely an item that's top of mind for us. We are just in the process of bringing the Fire Smart program in-house. So previously we had a contractor who was helping us deliver that. And we currently have a posting out that's live for a Fire Smart coordinator to come on full time. And so I'm hoping that with expanded capacity, we can look at the inclusion of managing biomass as part of the Fire Smart program that is largely grant funded. Thank you.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, thanks. My first question might actually be for the council, but I see a resolution up on the board, and I'm just thinking that some of my questions on capital may actually require a change to special operating or that sort of thing. And so I'm wondering if we can just hold the resolutions till the end, because I'm trying to do my best to separate capital and special operating, but I may not do it right.
Yeah, I could, I think that feels okay to me, I think, rather than try to unwind something. So are you foreshadowing a question that's going to overlap the two, or are you just getting ready for capital questions?
Just getting ready for capital. I have some ones I'm more sure are special operating before we're done here.
Let's go on those questions that you have for special operating, and then we'll try them here anyways. We'll see how your score is. John got Councillor French got a 2 out of 3 on his, so go ahead.
Okay, so in this question, I'm not sure exactly where it goes. Later in our agenda, we're talking about neighborhood hubs in the context of neighborhood commercial. We're talking about neighborhood plans and special operating, but in my mind, neighborhood hubs had included things like possible rec infrastructure or municipal programming infrastructure. So I'm just sort of wondering where that discussion is living right now. When we tackle that, is that maybe part of the neighborhood park thing, sort of municipal space in neighborhood hubs, in my mind, isn't just commercial. It's sort of municipal space or recreation space or something in neighborhoods.
Through the mayor, Elaine Naseby, Parks Planner. Yes, the work with the Parks and Rec Master Plan will include a specific look at neighborhood level delivered recreation. So that is within the scope of work that we currently have for that project.
And I guess maybe the natural follow-up, sorry if I'm stealing your question, is how are we thinking about the timing of these things so that they all sort of happen in a useful time frame? Like, are they interconnected projects? Are we intentionally doing them in a certain order to make sure that these things are captured in an appropriate way?
Could you clarify which projects, other than the neighborhood, the recreational hubs?
So we had the neighborhood nodes project, and then we have the Parks and Rec Master Plan, which is just referenced, that will speak to adjacent things. And
then in the agenda in the committee of the whole, we also have neighborhood retail, which is referred to as neighborhood hubs in part of it as well.
yeah, just all of these things, how do they interplay?
The neighborhood commercial nodes, which is the project that's underway currently, it strictly looks at the commercial services in neighborhoods and identifies which neighborhoods are lacking commercial services. So it's not a comprehensive look at all services provided in a neighborhood. It's something that is part of our commitment to CMHC as part of our housing action plan. But I think these projects will support each other, but they're not directly linked.
Okay, thanks. I'll chew on that. Just moving back to the tourism master plan, I do recall that we pulled it out of budgeting for this year, last year. But as we have a 10-year financial plan, we always sort of focus, or even with a 5-year, we focus on the next year, but it is a 10-year plan. So how much effort should we be putting into thinking about the future years? I guess intuitively, I would have expected the tourism master plan to maybe be pushed out a year or two, but not to be dropped completely. And maybe that's on council for not being more explicit. But I guess how much focus should we be putting on years 2 through 9 as we go through these activities?
Thank you for the question through the chair. Absolutely, if there's something that's not in there that council wants to direct staff, at the time it was removed from the financial plan completely. However, if council would choose to direct it back to the financial plan, there should be focus on years 2 to 10 at all times. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Two more. Just some of the wording in one of the responses about the Chikai hazard work. Are we actually planning on changing societal risk or individual risk numbers, ALARP and all that stuff? Or is this just looking at updating our policy given the new mitigations coming?
Through the chair, this would update our policy to maintain risk within thresholds that have already been adopted by council and that are within our OCP. So it's just to ensure that through the neighborhood planning process, the land use, desired land uses are maintaining risk within those acceptable levels.
Okay, thanks. And then the final thing for now, we've talked at various times about carbon budgeting. I think we've sort of understood that we won't have a full carbon budget, but I was sort of thinking we would see more in some of our reports and so on, carbon impacts of some of these things. Just wondering where that sort of thing lives right now.
Through the chair, Ian Pickett's Manager of Sustainability and Climate Change. We have done a fair bit of work on creating tools that help us understand the carbon implications. Unfortunately, to date, our budgeting process has been undergoing so much change and flux that we haven't been able to add it in because we're already changing so many other aspects of what we're doing. But we do have resources available to us, particularly at a corporate level, to understand the carbon implications of different actions. So we are updating our municipal energy and emissions plan next year. We're planning to, or our MEEP, and possibly with that, we can readdress that and maybe even update those and work towards implementing it in our budget. Thank you.
And so more what I was thinking is, especially in larger developments or like a neighborhood area plan or that sort of thing, that we might see some of that context as well. Is that something that would be included in this?
At a development level, most of the operational emissions are associated with building energy and envelope and source, which we are working on addressing through the Zero Carbon Step Code and the Energy Step Code. One thing Mr. Valaniskas and I are embarking on currently is an embodied emissions aspect of development and zoning. We're in the early stages, so I don't want to get ahead of myself. But that would involve understanding the carbon, the embodied carbon of a development, and working toward tools to understand the embodied carbon and then reduce that. So between the energy step codes and embodied carbon, we'll have a fairly comprehensive understanding of the emissions.
Okay, and then we would start to see that in the planning reports and stuff that come to us, some of this information.
Through the mayor, quite likely, but as Mr. Pickett said, we're in early stages of kind of scoping that out.
Okay, I'll leave it there for now. Thanks.
Okay. Last word on this goes to Councillor Greenlaw, and then we'll take a quick recess, and then we'll start with our capital.
Thanks. I wanted to ask about the Brennan Park Task Force.
That's going to be in the
next?
Thank you for the
Okay.
foreshadowing.
Then I will foreshadow.
No. So, okay. With that, I'm gonna reset. Well, thank you to staff that have helped us through the special operating piece. We will leave the consideration of this recommendation till after, and we'll try to tie them all together as best we can. So right now we'll take a quick, we'll take a 10-minute recess. I understand there's a technical issue with the camera up there. We're going to get looked at as well. And then we'll reconvene. So we'll see everyone back at 20 after. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. We're moving through our agenda now on to capital projects. I will pass it over to staff to run us through. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So for those who are just joining us, my name is Heather Boxford, CFO and General Manager of Financial IT and Procurement Services. And my pronouns are she, her, and I'm joined by Laura Turner, Director of Financial Planning and Reporting. As well, several budget managers and the district's newly formed capital committee are here today to present the 26 to 35 capital plan. This slide is a quick visual of where we are on the agenda. We are now at the second part of the workshop, which moves on to the capital plan. After a brief introduction of the capital committee and an overview of the key financial pieces of the capital budget, various members of the capital committee will present the municipal cost estimate process, Recreation Center Task Force, pardon me, and highlights of the various departmental capital budgets. The presentation will pause between broad topics for questions and council discussion. So in early 2025, a cross-departmental capital committee was formed to manage and be responsible for the district's overall capital program, capital financial planning, and risk management. The purpose and the vision of the committees includes the following: risk management and organizational-wide project prioritization framework, to systematize the capital planning, developing stronger processes and policies, developing guidelines, tools, and improved reporting for the organization, to create a holistic capital program which is less divisionally segregated and ensuring every division is moving in the same direction. Raising sufficient reserves to fund the capital plan. This is a critical benefit of long-term planning by providing a line of sight into future capital needs and raising the appropriate funds proactively and systematically through the asset management reserve funding strategy. This allows the district to reduce tax and utility rate fluctuations that are required to fund capital infrastructure. Strategic long-term decision-making and ensuring the capital plan supports the strategic plan. To focus limited resources and leverage efficiencies, to reduce the perception of a zero-sum game through communicating the organization's capital needs and prioritization method that is widely accepted across departments, reducing any belief that in order for one project to go forward from one division, it means another department or division will lose. And to develop organizationally recognized expertise and oversight, which creates resources for training, best practice guidance, and overall expertise. This slide shows the members of the committee along the right side of the table. As you can see, it is a cross-section of various leaders in various areas of the organization, from IT, recreation, facilities, engineering, and finance. Myself, Ms. Turner, Dave Merrow, Acting Director of Engineering, and Sarah Bailey, Director of Engineering, chair the committee, and advisors from CLT, procurement, communications, and subject matter experts and budget managers will join the committee as needed. The committee meets regularly throughout the year, with work increasing cadence and focus during the financial planning cycle, while focusing on process improvement, policy, strategy, and development for the remainder of the year. The capital committee will break out into working groups and task forces to tackle complex issues, challenges, or strategy development, and require deeper focus or broader range of expertise. These task forces or working groups will include staff subject matter experts across the organization and will ultimately report back through the capital committee to incorporate and to inform the district's capital program. The capital committee will achieve the purpose and vision through the following initiatives: leveraging the project risk and prioritization framework to ensure it is used systematically across the organization, developing capital key performance indicators and targets, improving communication and education around municipal project cost estimate process, which you will hear more in an upcoming slide, improving upon the district's capital planning processes, including standardization guidelines, capital planning best practices, and community partner agreement alignment opportunities, improving the quarterly reporting and the carry forward processes, improving interdepartmental communication work plans and staff resource mapping, supporting the asset management plan and the asset management reserve funding strategy, leveraging Questica functionality and reporting tools, developing a grant strategy, developing a DCC strategy, which you will also hear a bit more about in the future slides. This slide illustrates the high-level path and consideration that the Capital Committee take to develop the capital plan. It begins with the various capital request types from various divisions as illustrated along the left side of the diagram, which then moves into the Capital Committee deliberation in the middle of the illustration. The divisions are responsible for the initial prioritization and assessing staff capacity prior to the intake process for consideration from the Capital Committee. The Capital Committee deliberation work includes analyzing the capital requests against the various council-endorsed master plans, policies, asset management plan, strategic plan, task force recommendations, and the existing outgoing capital plan. The Capital Committee then must work within the risk framework of prioritizing life safety, legal risk, community risk, and financial risk while limiting recommendations against reserve funding forecast constraints. This process is iterative with the Capital Committee works with the various divisions, which takes several months as trade-offs are discussed and considered. The Capital Committee presents the holistic capital plan recommendation to the core leadership team for consideration and feedback prior to the plan being finalized for fall workshops and council's review and endorsement, which is where we are today. Of the various initiatives that the Capital Committee will cover over time, the committee's focus in 2025 was first to develop the 10-year plan. This took the majority of the Capital Committee resources this year. During this work, the committee focused on the following tasks: balancing reserves, removing deficiencies and reducing pinch points in the reserve projections, removing front loading of projects and smoothing spending across each fiscal where possible, reviewing overall spend trends for later years and building provisional budgets or placeholders when master plans are not yet developed, building up the annual budgets which are roads, transportation, flood as an example, as guided by respective master plans, and reducing borrowing as reserve forecasts allow and have room in later years. While working through the district's first 10-year capital plan, the Capital Committee noted a number of key challenges that will be addressed in upcoming financial plan cycles, some of which are quite complex and will require several years to overcome and are common challenges faced by municipalities in BC and across Canada. Funding constraints. Reserves are limited after decades of lack of investment in capital and reserve building. The district has made significant efforts in infrastructure facilities and reserve buildings over the last few years. However, building sustainable reserves will take years and requires commitment to the asset management reserve funding strategy. Debt capacity. The district cannot fully rely on borrowing to completely replace deficiencies in reserve funding, as much of the district's borrowing has been earmarked for large facility and the landfill project. Competing priorities, limited reserves, limited taxation, and limited utility fees requires managing competing priorities. Trade-offs between facilities, infrastructure, technology, and recreation must be made, and the district must rely on the guidance of master plans and the prioritization of health, life safety, legal, and financial risk. Data and forecasting limitations, revenues, expenses, the asset life cycles are hard to predict several years into the future. Incomplete asset data, missing or outdated information on current assets can mislead planning. Risk management and uncertainty of future conditions, economic volatility, inflation, interest rates, and market conditions can change dramatically over time. Regulatory changes, new laws, or compliance requirements can impact costs, timelines, and shift strategic focus. Technology shifts, investments may become obsolete faster than expected. Master plans. Some departments have yet to develop or have outdated master plans. Therefore, the district's capital plan will require placeholders or provisional budgets to adequately forecast investments in those areas. Grant strategy. Grants typically have a municipal contribution that is required for grant-funded projects. The committee has identified the need for grant strategy as financial resources are limited. The district has to be strategic in which grants we want to apply for and for which projects. DCCs and unfunded projects. A key challenge identified during the development of the 10-year capital plan is insufficient DCC liability reserves. As historical DCC rates have been outpaced by rising construction costs and high growth rates, the district's DCC reserves are insufficient to fund all of the DCC projects for the 26 to 2035 financial plan bylaw. An update to the district's DCC bylaw is currently underway and received 3 readings in October. This bylaw increases DCC rates and will expedite DC collections, and staff are working with the district's consultants to develop revenue projections and DCC reserve forecasts. However, short-term DCC projects will likely require other funding sources to complete. As a result, included in the financial plan package are a number of DCC projects classified as unfunded until further funding support can be secured through future DCCs collected, borrowing, grants, or reserve transfers. As well, the committee has formed an internal working group to develop an overall DCC strategy. More details on unfunded projects and the DCC strategy are outlined later in the presentation. Before I pass it over to Ms. Turner, I will leave you with this insight into challenges faced by local government capital planning. The Institute of Municipal Finance and Governance and the Federation of Canadian Municipalities reported that in 2023, Canadian municipalities owned approximately 60% of Canada's public infrastructure. However, only received 9% of the country's taxes.
There we go. Great. Good morning again, Mayor and Council. And for those joining online, my name is Laura Turner, Director of Financial Planning and Reporting, and my pronouns are she, her. Presented here is the overall summary of the 2026 to 2035 capital plan by division, which totals $42.7 million in 2026, or $348 million over the 10-year plan. When looking at the high-level summary, you can see a fairly steady spend year to year, averaging around $28 million when excluding major projects. This steady annual spend is important for predictability and planning and was accomplished by the work of the Capital Committee. Major projects in the 10-year plan are defined as projects with a total cost over $5 million and includes the Mamquam Bridge Deck resurfacing, landfill expansion, landfill closure, and the wastewater treatment plant headworks building. With the development of a 10-year plan, we can now see the reserve balances becoming healthier due to the asset management reserve funding strategy. And as a result, annual project budgets could be increased in later years. These annual budgets will be detailed by staff as part of the project highlights later in the presentation and include budgets for lift stations, roads and bridges, road paint marking, sanitary storm and water, flood protection, and transportation. As well, with a long-term plan, staff were able to add placeholder budgets to outer years to reflect projected capital spend in other areas such as IT, facilities, fleet, and parks to account for future work and capitalized staff time. Placeholder budgets will also be detailed during the project highlight section of the presentation. New projects added to the 2026 to 35 financial planning cycle totaled $47.7 million over the 10-year plan, with $2.3 million added in 2026. It's important to note that for these new projects, the costs are spread evenly across the 10 years to ensure the capital plan is not front-loaded in years 26 and 27. Notable new projects include the Engine 11 apparatus replacement, Mamquam lift station upgrades, Centennial lift station upgrades, and wastewater treatment plant centrifuge. Capital projects in the 2026 to 35 financial plan are funded by various sources as shown here. For 2026, utility user fees of $85,000 will be used to fund water and wastewater connection upgrades. Government grants of $5.6 million will fund multiple projects, including the Mamquam Bridge Deck resurfacing, annual flood protection, and Loggers East drainage diversion pipe construction. CACs will be used to fund $720,000 for the No Name Park Road development and the Brennan Park Recreation Facility upgrades. DCCs of $1.5 million will fund the new downtown entrance, second downtown entrance, and Powerhouse Springs production well. Borrowing of $8.3 million will be used to fund the Mamquam Bridge Deck resurfacing, annual flood protection, and the Mount Garibaldi Cemetery expansion. And lastly, $26 million from district reserves will be used to fund the majority of projects. Some of the larger notable projects include the strategic real estate transactions, public works facility, roads and bridge infrastructure, Paradise Valley Bridge abutments, and water and sewer system repairs. As noted on the previous slide, the main funding source for capital projects is district reserves, which will fund $233 million over the 10-year plan. Therefore, as part of the financial planning process, it's important that all reserve continuity schedules are reviewed to ensure adequate funding reserve balances are available to fund planned projects, plus any unforeseen emergencies. For those not familiar, we'll provide a quick refresher on the mechanics of reserve continuity schedules. First, the opening balance is the closing balance of the reserve at December 31st of the previous year. Second, revenue into the reserve comes from proceeds from sale of property, interest earnings, or contributions from the general fund, for example. Third, expenses out of the reserve include project costs in the 26 to 35 financial plan to be funded by this reserve. It's important to note that for each project listed under project details, the expenses represent the funding amount from this reserve only and not necessarily the total project cost, as projects may have several funding sources. For example, borrowing, grant, plus reserve. And fourth, the closing balance is the reserve balance after adding revenues in and deducting project funding. This closing balance then becomes the opening balance in the next year. In reviewing reserve continuity schedules, we want to ensure the reserve does not enter into a deficit in any given year, and that the reserve maintains a target balance which is equal to the average annual spend out of the reserve. Today, we'll highlight the general capital reserve as it's one of the largest reserves and used to fund a significant number of capital projects. The general capital reserve is used to fund new works, extensions, or renewals of existing work, and to purchase equipment. Revenue into the reserve comes from the annual contributions from the general fund, proceeds from sale of property, and interest earnings. As seen on the continuity schedule, the general capital reserve is projected to be very lean in 2026 and 2027, but begins to stabilize and show growth in 2028 due to contributions under the asset management reserve funding strategy. And after the 10 years, we can see a projected balance of approximately $25 million. The steady increase in reserve balance has allowed for the increase to annual budgets and placeholders in the outer years, and may also provide an opportunity for moving projects out of borrowing in the future. Continuity schedules of several reserves are detailed in attachment 5 of the council package, and we're happy to answer questions about the other reserves as well. And additional details on purpose and revenue sources for each of them will be illustrated in the 26 to 35 budget book once published. The district also funds capital projects from borrowing. During the construction phase of a capital project, the district utilizes working capital and temporary borrowing to finance projects. Once a project is complete, long-term borrowing is issued. The issued borrowing is an operating cost or debt servicing cost and is funded by taxation or user fees. To note, debt servicing is defined as the annual principal and interest payments. As a BC municipality, the district is required to borrow from the Municipal Finance Authority and is legislatively limited on how much it can borrow and authorized at any one time. The community charter limits the district to a 25% debt servicing limit. District policy further limits the district's debt servicing limit to be a maximum of 20%. The borrowing required to support the district's 2026 to 35 financial plan brings the district's debt servicing to 17%. So I'll pause there and turn it back to the chair for discussion.
Okay, council, questions about what we've heard? Councillor Hamilton, then Stoner.
Yeah, thanks very much. First question on just can you go back to the last slide? The 2026, 2035 financial plan debt servicing limit 17%. Does that mean with this financial plan going up to 2035, we will continue to have roughly 17% debt servicing limit per year? Because obviously it changes each year, right?
Thank you for the question through the chair. So this is the projection of the highest point in the entire 26 to 35 financial plan. So it's projecting all of our borrowing for all of our projects and seeing the limit there at 17%.
Great. And do you have an idea, could you just rough estimate, where is that maximum? Is it front loaded or is it back loaded? That's sort of my core of my question.
Thank you for the question through the chair. It is sort of mid-range loaded at the time the landfill project hits and is issued.
So I have a follow-up on this. Thank you for bringing us to this slide. So I'll take the opportunity. Those percentages are percentage of taxation, and as we are contemplating here a rather large tax increase. Has that been modeled? Has that growth in taxation been modeled into these numbers, and like how do those things interplay?
Thank you for the question through the chair. It's not just actually taxation, it's all eligible revenue. So it's utility fees, PILTs, GILTs, so payments in lieu of taxes, et cetera. So it is modeled over the year with a standard projection of what we're looking at from the general operating, the utility fund operating budgets.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Thanks. And just to finish up my line of questioning, this we've now put in this unfunded project. We sort of categorize things as funded and unfunded. And so this 17% debt limit over the next 10 years, there's a long list of unfunded projects, right? So I'm struggling with how to clearly think about and articulate in my mind this large list of unfunded projects. Like our real estate and facilities master plan is effectively not included in this 17% continuum. Is there any way, or do you see a mechanism for us to see the impact of these unfunded projects, the potential impact of these unfunded projects on that financing plan?
Through the mayor, challenging question. So the unfunded projects we've listed because we haven't actually found other resources in particular that could look like borrowing. At this point in time, we haven't associated borrowing with these elements. The financial plan at 17% is approaching the district's policy limitation to assume that we would go straight to borrowing for those unfunded projects at this early stage is a risk. And so we're keeping the unfunded projects unfunded at this point, and we'll continue the analysis. But we don't have a direct impact. It's about every 10 million is 1%, approximately. Mm-hmm.
And that 10 million being 1%, how long does that 1% last for? The borrowing is typically 20 years, is that correct?
The borrowing is typically 20 years, but we do have the ability to go to 30 years.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, a few questions. The first one, high level. What percentage of our capital plan is funded by reserve versus borrowing? Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. My other question was going to be around what 1% looks like in terms of capital money. So that's about $10 million. I have a few specifics around the reserves. And thanks for including the continuity schedules in this. I think that they become even more important as we move to a 10-year financial plan. So it was interesting to look at them in a little bit more detail. The capital reserve continuity schedule in particular is very lean at the end of 2026 with just over 135,000. What is our policy on the reserve balance, and why do we feel comfortable drawing it down that low in 2026?
Thank you for the question. It is a challenging level. It was certainly a discussion, particularly around 2026, discussion at the Capital Committee at length. We leaned the 26 projects down to the life safety, financial risk, et cetera, prioritization, and it does rely on cancellations of projects to be able to be funded, and noting that if for whatever reason we have cost escalations, we do bring that back to council if they're significant to draw that further down. In terms of policy in the long-term financial planning policy, the best practice and what we target for is to have an average, so a balance holding of the average spend. So we are not there until way out into 2035. So this is what the asset management reserve funding strategy aims to do, and we will continue to pick away, and noting that there are limitations to taxation and how much we can move to our reserves.
And so that would be where the dialogue would happen, is like if we want to balance that a little bit further without canceling further projects, that would be an increase to the asset management reserve line item in the operating budget. Is that correct?
That's correct. And just in terms of the asset management reserve funding strategy, the way we have it scheduled is to follow the asset management plan. So that gives us an indication of how much we're going to need. Then we know that we have a 10-year plan. The previous asset management reserve funding strategy, we only had 5 years to layer on. Now we have 10. So that is going to give us even more certainty on how much we want to increase. We don't recommend just ad hoc increasing, same as we don't recommend decreasing ad hoc. We really do want to wait for those reserve funding strategies and continue to work through our reserve continuity schedules. It's a really great situation with Questica. Now we have these automated, and these are things we can provide for transparency to council and the community.
Okay, and then I'll keep it high level for now. I do have a few detailed questions, but the equipment reserve continuity schedule as well seems like an interesting one in terms of it feels like it's a little bit inadequately funded to support it over time. So we are looking to drain it basically on the 10-year financial plan as it's presented, which my understanding is not the reason why we've built up reserves, that we're trying to actually balance the amount going in versus the amount coming out. And so can you staff just explain what the rationale is there and how the fleet reserve or the equipment reserve gets replenished?
Thank you for the question. Yes, that is something that has been an insight from the 10-year plan. So when we did the asset management reserve funding strategy, equipment didn't have a significant increase because it looked fine in 5 years. And you can see that in the reserve strategy or the reserve continuity schedule now. So there's definitely a flag there. That will be something we will be addressing at the next update. Again, not recommending that we ad hoc add, that we do look at that strategy holistically. So when we go to that in 2027, we will absolutely be looking at increasing the contribution to the equipment reserve. We do have time. This is not something that has to happen immediately. So it's not a reactionary discussion. So it can wait.
Okay, and then I know that in 2025 we did fund the fleet master plan, and I just want to ensure that either that has been fulsomely incorporated into this plan, and or is that intended to come back to council? Will we see it, or has it just been incorporated into our operational work here in the capital planning?
Through the chair, yeah. So the fleet master plan, it's funded by the equipment reserve, and it's carried forward from 2025.
Oh, so it hasn't been completed yet.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton, I saw your hand. Was it on a follow-up in here?
Yeah, just to follow up on the last, this 10 million is typically 1%. I just want clarity. I think I know, but that requires some assumptions on my part. $10 million of borrowing is typically 1% tax increase, or typically 1% increase in debt servicing limit, or is that roughly the same thing?
Thank you for the question. 10 million is typically the debt servicing increase. It's not tax increase.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Councillor Pettingill, and then Anderson, then French. And we do have other pieces of this coming, so go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. A few things. Just wanting to sort of ask a gut check on our capacity. I think we get those, can't remember if they're biannually or quarterly now, sort of some of the projects and where we are, and cancellations was mentioned and some dependence on that. but especially given the labor challenges we've had and so on, do we have a realistic amount of work in 2026, or are we sort of pushing the limit of what we might actually achieve?
Great question. Part of the process, the intake process into the capital committee was that the various divisions really focused on staff capacity going in. It's not a capital committee discussion, it's a prioritization and staff capacity from the various divisions. And it was a very big topic of the discussion in the capital planning. So my anticipation is that we will have staff capacity. There's certainly always turnover and those kinds of things that we need to deal with, but it's part of the planning process.
Okay, so we might expect over the next year then to see the sort of, or in 2026, the cancellation number to be a bit lower than in previous years, or?
That very much depends. So cancellations aren't always staff capacity. They can be, but they're very much can be also due to external pressures or external elements that is unanticipated. At the time we do the plan, we believe it's achievable. We believe it has all of the elements in the situation to go forward, but there's certainly external situations, not within the control staff.
Okay, thank you. And then just the 17% number, like I understand our 20% policy. Is there a best practice or ideal or preferred target for a ratio, or as long as we're below our policy, we think we're good, or?
Through the chair, the best practice is really, there is no best practice necessarily. It's very much what the particular community needs to achieve. The standard was set at 20%. Back in 2011, I believe, was when the guiding principles came out. That was very much on the idea that you do want to leave at least 5% for emergencies. That is a critical piece. So it is not staff's recommendation to ever go beyond that. But yeah, there's not a standard level. That's really the appetite of the community and what they need to achieve.
Okay, thank you. And I may be jumping ahead here, but in terms of, there's a lot of public interest, to say the least, in terms of recreation, capital infrastructure. Is there a reason why we wouldn't create a separate reserve, or would that typically be done within a provision within the general capital reserve, or is this this is the work of the capital committee or the rec task force, and I'm jumping ahead?
Thank you, through the chair. I think it's very much the work of the Recreation Center Task Force to develop through the validation work and get a concept of how much money we're looking at, and then certainly our funding options, and we would then take it from there. Those are all options. Separate reserves can happen, provisions can happen, different taxation can happen, but we're not there yet.
Okay, do you have one more? Yep. And I just generally for the group, we're sort of through the allotted time on this section, although this is the overview, so really it touches everything. So I would like to move on. So I'll give Councillor Pettingill the last word on this, and then we'll absolutely have opportunities
to detailed items later.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I can wait then.
Yeah. Okay. I do have Councillor Anderson and French on the list. Do you have anything for this overview time, or can we hold till we get deeper into it? You're okay a little bit deeper?
My question, Mayor Herford, is for a detailed line item issue.
Okay,
So
let's get there. We'll build some context. Okay. But here? Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks very much. I'm very optimistic. Oh, maybe no, I'm going to wait for that. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Thank you. I'll back to staff for this next piece.
Good morning, Mayor and Council, and members of the general public who may be watching. Craig Milley, Manager Procurement. So in this next section, we wanted to kind of reorient council members and the public in terms of some of the numbers you will see coming up in the next segment. In previous presentations, Council, you've been introduced to the class estimating process, whereby cost estimations are refined over time as planning and designing progress. And you'll see these classes represented at the bottom of the graph on the slide in front of you. Here we have displayed them on what we affectionately call the cone of uncertainty, which I shall, and you've seen this before, and I'll explain it again briefly. Often it is surprising for us to see estimates, cost estimates change significantly as planning and designing evolve in a project. And I'm here to tell you this is a universal experience. The cone of uncertainty is a term often used in project management to describe the phenomenon by which project unknowns decrease over time. As the project proceeds and more planning and designing is completed, the amount of uncertainty decreases and eventually approaches zero. Project unknowns or uncertainty largely correlate to variances in project estimates. Plotting these variances over time creates a cone or a funnel shape. And just for a note of clarification, the variance percentages shown on the graph are only examples, and the values may vary. So the reminder I'll leave you with is that the numbers you will see in the following discussion remain an estimate until the market speaks through the tendering process. And even then, estimates and final cost are not known and can change until the work is done.
Thank you, Mr. Milley. Good morning, Council. Mayor, my name is Harmony Cornwell, and I'm the Director of Facilities. The class estimate process and the cone of uncertainty that Mr. Milley just reviewed with us has additional insertion points when we layer on the district's 10-year financial plan. The cost estimate work must be completed first to understand the magnitude of the work and if it is feasible to move forward from a financial lens. Once a concept is validated and approved as a placeholder in the appropriate year of the district's financial plan, the project gets further developed with refined pricing along with funding strategy exploration. As we move from each class of cost estimating, we gain a more refined estimate. Before the Class A budget is developed, the one that gives us the most certainty, we want to have a confirmed funding strategy, receive endorsement from the Capital Committee for that the project still fits within the financial plan, and approval from Council to proceed with construction. There is recognition that project development and scope refinement continues through the final design stage and during shovel-ready preparations. I will conclude by saying that the continued scope and cost refinement make a project contingency essential. Thank you, and I'll pass it back to the chair for discussion.
Thank you. So Council, I know there were hands from the last piece. We will have some detailed pieces. We'll try to keep it to this section. Councillor Stoner, you want to start us?
Yeah, thank you. Would you mind going back a slide, please? Thank you for this. And I think that this is really important, especially as we go into our 10-year financial plan. We spoke earlier about the ability to capitalize the costs of planning for some projects. Where does that funding come from if the project doesn't go ahead? So is it still a capital reserve funded work for planning, even if it only gets to, say, a Class B and then it doesn't get a council approval?
Thank you for the question through the chair. So yes, if there is a project that we believe will come to fruition and we've got it, the planning stage in the capital, it goes through the capital, gets funded by the reserve. And I'll just note that special operating projects can now be funded by reserves as well. So planning that isn't capitalized. If by chance that project does not go forward, we actually have to make an adjustment entry in our accounting system in order to move it from the capital into an expenditure, into an operating expenditure after the fact. So it becomes an accounting entry. But just noting that special operating projects now for planning are funded by reserves as well.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. And then on the early part of this process, we are still separating out the costs of like a Class D cost estimate for construction versus the costs of project planning and conceptualization design. Those still get enumerated out, correct?
Through the chair, so if I can just clarify, you're saying the cost to get to the Class D estimate are not shown in this graph? Is that the question?
Yeah, a combination thereof. So there's a cost estimate placeholder in the financial plan for what I would assume be like a Class D estimate. But in advance of that, we're still seeing in the financial plan the costs required to get to that Class D estimate, correct?
Thank you for the clarification. That is correct.
Thank you. Other questions on this? Councillor Hamilton?
Yeah, thanks very much. In the description of classes of estimates used by construction cost projects from the Canadian Association of Architects, Royal Architecture Institute of Canada, and similar, each sort of construction institute seems to have its own definitions of these. They call a Class D estimate an estimate that's accurate to a level of 20% of the design allowance. We've seen numbers like that presented in staff reports in the past, that this Class D estimate is on the order of 20%. We have a Class D estimate definition here that's 50 to 100% cost estimate accuracy. And if we flip back a couple slides to the cone of uncertainty, which I love. I don't love that there's uncertainty, but I love the representation of it. If we look at where we've sort of labeled that Class D, and I understand this is representative, look at the scale on the estimation versus variation of that cone of uncertainty. That's a factor of 4, from a quarter to 4 times on that vertical axis. So when we talk about Class D estimates here in council or staff reports, do we have a clear definition of what we mean by a Class D estimate? And the reason that's important for me is because we are making budgetary decisions based on what we believe a project will end up costing and the uncertainties baked in. So do we have a clear definition of a Class D estimate?
Thank you for the question. And I will say that it is work that Mr. Milley and myself and others in other departments are working on, and would like to give a more robust answer when we come back to the committee of the whole in the new year, where we're going to be speaking specifically on this. We have staff has 90 minutes booked to go through this particular process with council, but I'll see if Mr. Milley wants to add anything on for today.
Yeah, I would just add, and through the mayor, Councillor Hamilton, it's an excellent question, and it is something we are aware of. There have been, and there are still currently, a number of definitions floating around. I would dare say a lot of what you've seen in the past may have been a very conservative approach to the definition. Certainly, I can tell you in my own past, the larger variation is much more typical, but it's something as an organization we want to make sure you have absolute clarity when you make these decisions as to what that variability looks like. So I hope that helps.
Yeah, thanks very much. And let me say, I have absolute confidence that everybody on the team wants greater certainty. Absolute. And I understand it's difficult. From this chair, what's important to me is that I understand where the variability is and where the risks are, and clear communication of that. My second question is regarding cost estimates in the Capital Committee and how the Capital Committee moves forward. When I looked through the objectives, the principles, and the vision, I didn't see a specific targeted, we aim to improve our cost estimate, period. We intend to improve that ability to do cost estimates. I see lots of communication about how we communicate it, how we talk about it, how we integrate it into our system, but is there a specific targeted objective to improve our ability to do cost estimations over time?
Thank you for the question through the chair. Absolutely. And I'm sorry that we didn't actually tease that out just based on the education portion. It's education within as well as externally without. So, or outward. So yeah, it's absolutely part of our ever learning, ever improving of of the work of the capital committee.
And key performance indicators are an important part of making sure we measure our success. Here, it seems to me like a pretty clear performance indicator of our cost estimation ability is actually measuring when a project was estimated versus when it was completed. How often do we get it right? So far, has there been any backtracking? Has the committee looked into the history, maybe the 5-year history of our projects, to see how often we have been on track? And if not, is that a plan? And is there a KPI? Is there a concept to put a KPI in place so that we can clearly measure how well we're estimating costs?
Thank you for the question through the chair. Just a point of clarity in terms of getting it right. I don't know that we'll ever get the cone uncertainty, just the very nature of the cone uncertainty builds in uncertainty. So I don't know if getting it right would necessarily be the concept per se, but absolutely we will continue to, and it's not work that we've done to date. So to answer your first question, individually as a committee, we haven't done to date individually. For sure, folks are doing what we've learned, debriefing after projects are complete. It's absolutely something we'll incorporate looking back. How can we do better? Where did the uncertainty be less uncertain? And where is it a broader range on those estimates? And I can possibly pass it over to the experts who do the costing if they want to add anything else.
Sorry, just a clarification. When I said be right, I don't mean that the number's right. I mean that the number is within the projected uncertainty. So an example would perhaps, a recent example is the cemetery work that came to us with a Class A estimate, a tenured estimate, and now we're 40% over that, projected over that tenure estimate. And so to my mind, I understand things happen, but how did we have a Class A estimate that was so far outside of the uncertainty band of a Class A estimate? That's what I mean by getting it right, not getting it exactly right, but getting it within the uncertainty band, within the cone of uncertainty. Thanks.
Thank you for the clarity. Noted.
Other questions on this? Yeah, I think so. If I'm not seeing any, so we'll move. I know that this sort of feeds into everything. In advance of us moving on, I'll just have a quick couple questions here. I'm curious when we have a master, and this is, wasn't sure quite where to put this, but when we have a master plan project in the budget, and I think this is more important now that we're looking in this longer 10-year time frame, and it's going to likely have some recommendations. When do we start putting in the placeholders? Like if we're looking at, I won't use an example because that might make it harder to answer. But at what point are we pulling a Class D, or I feel that there's a Class E number that seems to come from somewhere just to get it started, particularly in the long time frame we have. When does something warrant a placeholder, and when do we need to wait for the output of a master plan project of some sort that we know is going to have likely a financial impact?
I think I can start that, and I'll through the chair, and I'll pass it on to my colleagues if I've missed anything. If a master plan is already established, we start looking at we go through this slide here at the concept and start building in where we can immediately. If the master plan has not been accomplished yet or developed yet, we look at our annual, so as an example for IT, and I won't steal their thunder on their slide, but when we look at projecting forward, there is not a master plan that's in place currently for that particular area. We looked at the average spend over the years and put items in there just as a placeholder, those provisional budgets. That is just to be developed. So that is how we looked at putting those provisionals in. And the reason for that is we do want to make sure that we have something in there in order to be able to start raising the necessary reserves to fund those projects.
So then, to use a specific example that we heard a little bit earlier, there was a question from Councillor French about the boat launch study. And given that hasn't been received by council and direction hasn't been given, there's no funding projected to be associated with that yet, and it needs to wait to come to us and do that, even though I think at inception of that project there was some assumption that there's a likely spend attached to it. But is that the flow? I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page.
Through the chair, when we're looking at feasibility studies that are requiring council direction post feasibility study, we would certainly not put that in at this point in time. It's not quantifiable, and we're unsure if we will be taking on that project. So at this point, there's nothing in that specific.
Okay, thank you. That is good clarity. Any other questions on this part before we move into the next piece, which is the Recreation Center Task Force? Seeing none, I'll turn it back to staff.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Julie Vengi and I am the General Manager of Corporate Services. I am joined today for this presentation by Mr. J. Dio, Director of Recreation Services, Harmony Cornwell, Director of Facilities, and Tim McBride, Facilities Project Manager on the end. The purpose of this presentation is to introduce the Recreation Centre Task Force to Council and the community and provide an understanding of the specific validation work that the task force will be undertaking to assess the scale, order of magnitude and feasibility of potential recreation centre upgrades or expansion. To start off with, I will provide an overview of the district's facilities master planning and where the district currently is on this journey. I will then pass on to Mr. Deo, who will explain where the specific work that will be conducted by the Recreation Task Force sits within the district's overall work on the Brennan Park Fields and Lands Master Plan. As you would be aware, in July 2018, Council endorsed the Real Estate and Facilities Strategy, followed by the Real Estate and Facilities Master Plan in 2019, both of which can be found on the district website. Together, these two documents inform the development of a roadmap, which you can see on your screen above, to guide how the district will ensure its municipal facilities meet the community's needs over the next 25 years. The Real Estate and Facilities Strategy identifies the municipal facilities that require replacement, upgrade or expansion to support both current and long-term service needs. And the Real Estate and Facilities Master Plan determines more precisely what facilities and land investments need to be made, when those investments are recommended to be made, and how to fund those investments. Next slide, please. Every facility in the Real Estate and Facilities Master Plan is important. However, obviously, it is not possible to address every need at the same time. As such, upgrades and expansions are prioritised according to community safety, urgency, for example, buildings that are at the end of their life, and funding availability. The first priority, of course, are our critical facilities, and these are the facilities that provide day-to-day operations, ensure community safety, provide emergency response, and legislated services needed to run the district. Evidence of the work the district has done to address its critical infrastructure needs can be seen in our 2 new fire halls and in the construction of the new public works facility that is estimated to be operational in summer 2026. While the replacement of Municipal Hall is still considered critical due to the age of its infrastructure, staff are recommending prioritising the work of the Recreation Centre Task Force above this work in light of the community's ongoing requests for upgraded recreation amenities and to take advantage of potential external funding opportunities. I'll now turn to Mr. Deo to take us through the specific work of the task force.
Good morning again, Mayor and Council. Brennan Park Recreation Center is a piece of the larger recreational infrastructure puzzle across the district. Work of the task force will support advancement of multiple recreation strategies, including the 2021 Council-endorsed Brennan Park Fields and Lands Master Plan and the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. The first phase of this project will include validation work that allows district staff to also take advantage of co-efficiencies to progress the Brennan Park Fields and Lands Master Plan recommendations. Conducting this validation work now will also reduce the scope of work in the upcoming 2027 Parks and Rec Master Plan update. Part of the project is to scope is to determine what recreational infrastructure can be feasibly built on Brennan Park lands. Overall, doing this project now will compartmentalize the overall work and around recreational infrastructure planning. This project will allow staff to consider the plan for Brennan Park Recreation Center, then allow staff to focus on prioritizing system-wide recreational infrastructure capital planning in the 2027 Master Plan update. Next slide, please. Thanks. This image shows the primary area of that the Recreation Task Force will be focusing on. What's in the scope of work includes validating needs, determining options in order of magnitude, and understanding feasibility of construction at the Brennan Park Recreation Center, including the pool, arena, and related amenities such as the auditorium and multi-purpose spaces, and the splash park and other immediately adjacent areas on Brennan Park lands within ranges that are efficient and within budget capacity to assess. What is not included in the scope of this project is recreational infrastructure in other areas across the district. Regional and all other recreational infrastructure planning will be considered in the 2027 Parks and Recreation Master Plan update. I'll pass it over to my colleague, Ms. Cornwell, to discuss the team.
Thank you. The Recreation Center Task Force is a working subgroup of the Capital Committee and is comprised of staff working in different departments, including facilities, recreation, finance, communication, and economic development. As the work progresses, more departments will be consulted to incorporate additional expertise and knowledge. The work the task force is undertaking is being supported by qualified professionals in various fields. The task force will report to the Capital Committee on its activities, including associated financial considerations, which will be integrated into the district's long-term financial plan. The task force work will be completed over 3 phases. The Phase 1 preliminary recommendation work is underway, with the convening of the task force and consultant selection to take place before the end of 2025. The outcome of Phase 1 will include site options, validation work that Mr. McBride will speak to in more detail, and developing an order of magnitude for the Recreation Center. Phase 2 work will be focused on using the design definition and cost estimates to execute on the funding strategies identified in Phase 1. In other words, we need to have funding secured for the work to proceed. The funding strategy will include what work is prioritized and potential phasing for the project. Phase 3 will commence once funding is secured, and then work to conduct a final design package will progress, including refining cost estimates into a working budget and getting the project shovel ready. This slide highlights the key priorities and goals of Phase 1 as identified by the task force. They are validating recreation needs and facility requirements, ensuring the right work is done at the right time in the right order, determining potential facility costs, options, and strategies to fund it, and reporting out to the community and council. I will pass this over to Mr. McBride, who will go into more detail on the first 2 key priorities, and then Mr. Deo will review the remaining 2.
Over the past several years, we've completed a range of needs assessments and community engagement to understand the priorities of our recreational facilities. The current master plan needs to be updated, and we need to develop a clear framework to guide our long-term investment decisions. To move forward, we are focusing on validating past work, identifying current gaps, and confirming priorities for the ice and pool recreation and related amenities. We recently met with several independent consultants and asked them to prepare proposals to create a comprehensive validation report focused on the recreational needs of the community. Recreational needs validation includes utilization analysis, reviewing sports and recreational trends, assessing the district's desired level of service, and determining future demands. This validation report will confirm whether earlier recommendations still meet the needs of our growing community and will outline next steps and potential funding approaches. The targeted engagement with key user groups will take place at appropriate times to ensure feedback is captured to support the validation work. The report will also include archaeological and environmental impact assessments on potential locations for future facilities, the electrical needs for future projects, and a current building condition assessment report. Once awarded, we assume the full report process will take around 12 months. The district is advancing a series of upgrades to Brennan Park Recreational Centre to enhance community access and create a strong foundation for future facility development. The foundation work includes two major projects, the Green and Inclusive Community Building Project, GICB, and investing in Canadian Infrastructure Programme. The GICB project focuses on improving building performance through a comprehensive energy retrofit. The key outcomes include reducing GHG emissions, increasing facilities' energy efficiency, and supporting long-term operational sustainability. This project also expands programming space, improves accessibility, and delivers a significant interior renovation that will enhance functionality for both staff and the public. Work began on this in 2021 and is now entering its final stage of construction. Following this, the ISIP project will deliver substantial building envelope upgrades to further improve the building efficiency. This includes new exterior siding, enhanced insulation, updated air barrier, and seismic improvements. This project is currently in the planning and design phase and is scheduled to follow on from the GICB project. Together, these projects extend the building's lifespan, improve overall performance, and establish the groundwork for future development of Brennan Park.
The last two key project priorities are highlighted in blue. Staff will work with qualified external professionals and cross-departmentally to determine potential facility options, order of magnitude, citing recommendations and funding strategies for new infrastructure. Building condition assessments will also be summarized so Council has all the information around the current infrastructure state of Brennan Park Recreation Centre, alongside recommendations for new infrastructure options. Staff will report out regularly at various stages in phase one, so Council and the public are well informed on progress. Final report with recommendations will be presented at the end of the phase one schedule.
There will be 5 steps in phase one to carry out the 4 key priorities. Step 1 has been launched with the engagement of potential consultants and the convening of the task force. This step will continue into early 2026 as kickoff activities are scheduled with the selected consultant as part of the project initiation step. Steps 2 and 3 will include targeted engagement, physical facility assessments, and demand assessments. The demand assessments, as mentioned, will include sport and recreation trends, level of service reviews, and future demand analysis. The outputs from steps 2 and 3 will form the basis of step 4, the programming and options exploration. Alongside that work, building condition assessments and validation work that is required to understand what is possible and what needs to be done, such as the archaeological impact assessments and potential electrical service upgrade, will continue due to the length of time to book and complete these categories of work. The final step will be to come back to Council and the community to present the outcome of phase 1, along with a recommendation for phase 2 and beyond. Once a consultant is onboarded and initial work has begun, we will build out placeholder timing for the future phases. As Mr. Deo mentioned, regular reporting will be incorporated into the phase 1 schedule as we work on the identified key priorities of the Recreation Centre Task Force. And with that, we'll pass it back to the Chair for discussion.
I'm just going to start us off with a quick question. If you can go back a slide. This one, in that step 4 piece around building condition assessment, with the renovations that are underway, I'm just curious how I'm thinking about cone of uncertainty here. Where could we explain the sort of I get that there's a need for that step, but it feels like it might be a lighter lift than starting from zero, given that I think every piece of that building's been touched or assessed possibly multiple times. So could you sort of explain that piece for me?
Yes, I could take that. Thank you for the question. The building condition, we do have information on the building, absolutely, and we're learning more as we are renovating said building. But what it needs to be recognized is all the work that has happened from the initial real estate facilities master plan assessments that were done. Where are we today? What has been done? What systems have continued to age and may need more attention that have not yet been identified in the longer term plan? So absolutely, it's a recognition that work has been done and we're not starting from step one.
Okay, and then just on the scoping question, like in the package, we had project kickoff, confirm project scope. I just want to dig into this so we understand. There was sort of that, there's mention of the broader Brennan Park lands, and there's a division somewhere between what is directly adjacent to the facility and what isn't. Some things are a short walk, some things are a stone throw. How is that being defined? I'm thinking about earlier today, we heard about field allocation, and there is also, we've heard from the community some interest in a turf field as well. And that feels close broadly, but where does that fit? Is that this project? Should it or could it be this project, or does it live somewhere else? Understanding and incorporating those things.
Thank you for the question, through the mayor. It is a great question because it's work that we are doing as part of our project charter now that the task force has convened. And an important part of that charter is what is in scope and what is out of scope. When we say the adjacent lands, we're looking for economies of scale and what makes sense. So an archaeological impact assessment may make sense to go outside the boundaries of what the task force is focusing on due to the long wait time of getting one of those assessments and just having some additional benefit. But we truly are focusing on the recreation center as the main focus.
So
they want to add anything there?
Through the chair, yeah, that's accurate. We'll have, limitations due to budget as well and timelines. So we need to make sure we manage the scope effectively and focus on the recreation center.
So with that, a bunch of the work in here is understanding demographics, trends, and so on that feels more broadly applicable. Is there a piece that will feed into, like, is this future master planning process elsewhere? I'm just trying to understand where those things fit. I understand the specific attention, but some of it feels a little bit more broader than just the rec center.
Through the chair, step 3 in phase 1 is demand assessment. So we're focused on demand assessment and recreational trends for the recreation center and related amenities specifically. So that needs to be done to have effective ideas on facility options and what the recommendations are. So it's targeted to this specific area, and then there'll be broader assessment as we do the Parks and Rec master plan update for all recreational infrastructure.
Okay, I'll leave it there. I'll go to my council colleagues. Thank you for the patience. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. Thanks for presenting this work. A few questions, and I'll start high level. A lot of the calls that I've heard from community have actually been around increased engagement and understanding how folks can help. There's a lot of skills and resources. There's a lot of energy. There's a lot of, I think, of particular interest fundraising capacity that will help us get to the final solution that we all want to see. I do see in the staff report that there's some suggestions of up to 5 kind of community engagement sessions with key user groups at a few touch points here, but that doesn't feel equivalent to community engagement in this committee. And so I'm just wondering why staff if you can explain why we don't have community engagement in this committee, and this is an internal committee, not a community committee.
Through the chair, thanks for the question. So there's been extensive community engagement over the years where the community has been involved in providing feedback on recreational amenities. This process is a validation process. We're validating those needs and confirming them and updating them with external data through trends analysis as well. So we absolutely recognize it's important to involve user groups through that validation process, and that's why there's targeted engagement planned for it. And they will be engaged, you know, as a project progresses at different stages. There's potential future engagement points as well. Yeah, the level is what we deem as appropriate for this stage of the project.
Okay, and so from a validation perspective, I appreciate numbers have changed. We have more information. We learned that with the electrification work, we can't put it in the splash park. And so this year, I believe, we're put in a whole bunch of money to better understand the electrical capacity of the system. We also put in some money around how to best orient the buildings around Brennan Park and reallocate the parking. We know we need a second pool. We know we need a second sheet of ice and some programming space. That was all identified and prioritized coming out of 2018. And so help me understand why it takes 3 years to do validation work when so many of these puzzle pieces are actually already in place.
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, I recognize that those items were absolutely identified, and a lot of those puzzle pieces perhaps had some progress made on them in isolation, and we are just trying to gather all those items and just to make sure everyone's aware, deep work has not been done to look at it as a whole, and that is the aim of this task force, is the right work at the right time in the right order, is to pull all of those disparate pieces together that have been identified and understand how they can be moved forward in a cohesive fashion.
Through the chair, I'll add as well that phase 1, the timeline is 12 months. Phase 2 and phase 3 are undetermined timelines. So we're focusing right now on phase 1 as a 12-month to do that work. Also, funding options and strategies is a key part of this work, which has not been explored in detail. So that is something that is a part of phase 1 that we need to have time to explore.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Anderson next.
Thank you. My question is regarding engagement. I do support the targeted work with stakeholder groups rather than broadening out to the public, and I do appreciate work has been done in the past. Under phase 1 project engagement plan, and under phase 3, we have reference to multi-purpose facilities or rooms. And at the end of the report here, project management throughout the project stakeholder lists. I'd like to suggest that there has been reference to sport and recreation, but that this be expanded to include select groups in the cultural field. First of all, the library. The library does make use and has plans for use at Brennan Park for satellite facilities or programming. And those plans and needs do evolve. So we should check in with the library. I'd also like to suggest that in the performing arts area, Between Shifts Theatre has a problem every time, every production, finding rehearsal space. They have used Brennan Park over the years, but it's a continual issue and one that is illustrative, I think, to consult with them about. So if I could just suggest that the stakeholder list and that engagement plan target those two groups, I think would be important. Thank you. Perhaps is a question is just to confirm that may be in the plan. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good save, Councillor Anderson.
Through the chair, thanks for the comment. Yes, we have noted that, and because we are considering related amenities as well, such as the auditorium and multipurpose rooms, yeah, we will consider that as a part of the stakeholder list.
Thank you. Councillor Pettingill. And then I've got Councillor Greenlaw, then Hamilton.
Yeah, I think, wants for sure, and, needs are maybe debatable, but in terms of wants, I think we're talking 100, 200, 300 million, it seems, when you look at what other communities and the sorts of infrastructure people are requesting. And so I sense there's a desire to sort of get on the fundraising piece or enable that to happen, because it's going to take a while to do the rest, and one doesn't have to, like, these can be done in parallel, I think. So am I understanding that by February, this coming February, we will be able to tell the community, this is how we plan to fund this thing, tax implication or reserve funds, or, here's our plan for a sponsorship policy, or here's what you can do, how, like, is this February, the sort of date for that? Is that what I'm seeing there, or is that something else?
Thank you for the question through the chair. I would say February is the correct date, but in February of 2027 is where we would have that report. In February of this year, we will not have a cost magnitude at that point to say this is what we as a committee or task force are recommending is the future of Brennan Park, and this is how much it's going to cost. We will not have that by this February.
Through the chair, to add, in the project information sheet, step 4, item 4.07 speaks to the funding strategy development, which is, estimated timeline is July to December 2026. So as Ms. Cornwell said, yeah, the idea is to present at the end in the final report.
Is there a way, though, we can sort of, because again, I think for community fundraising and so on, it doesn't really matter whether it's 100 million or 200 million, for example, they want to get going. Like, is there something we can do to enable them or facilitate them sooner, or like, do we need to wait till we have a better estimate? Like, to me, the sort of estimate, like, the number's going to be really big, and so it doesn't really matter. Like, they can get going on it now, I think.
Yeah, through the chair, I can speak to that. I've been in discussions with various stakeholders, and there is fundraising happening already. And you're right, it can start now without a number. Yeah, that information will be more detailed once, more specific once we have it. But fundraising can, potentially be ongoing. But we can't provide the exact number until we do the work.
Okay.
Sorry, if I could just further to that, to the chair, I think we also need to be very clear about what we will be building. What we don't want to do is have lots of different groups out there fundraising for something that they may not actually see in the validation work itself. So we want to be clear to provide the roadmap and say, this is what we've got, this is what we're going to be building towards. And then so those that fundraising can be targeted and focused.
Yeah, and through the chair, the fundraising, the community agreements policy, where we're receiving intakes for infrastructure, will be a key part of leveraging the funds that are available to make sure they align with financial sustainability, council objectives, et cetera. So we'll make sure that process is communicated and embedded into this work.
Okay, thank you. And in some of the correspondence I've gotten, like, for example, I got some emails about, Surrey just built a 2-rink facility, and, why can't we do that? When I looked, it was 132 million. It was over a decade. And so there seems to be a significant gap in people's understanding of what these things cost and how long they take and all of that. Is there a piece of this project that sort of, and Surrey, by the way, even with these 2 rinks, they're at 1 rink shared between 130,000 people instead of 30,000 people, I think. But is there a piece of this that gives some of that contextual information so that people just sort of understand, where we are? We may want to exceed that as a community, but just sort of understand what the state of play is more broadly.
Through the chair, to clarify the question, is it in context to other communities that you're, yeah, I don't think we haven't gone through the detailed scoping yet with the consultant, but that's something we can take away for feedback and definitely consider.
Okay, is that the kind of thing we could look at, this demand assessment piece? Like, sort of, I'm thinking about, I don't know, in childcare, we have an ideal, access rate, or which is might be adjacent to the ratio we just heard from Councillor Pettingill. Is that the kind of thing we should expect there?
Through the chair, I would say yes. There is per capita recommendations for usage for different types of facilities and amenities. So yeah, there will be information brought through the demand assessment.
So just if I can pick up this line of questioning for just a second, I think my question was going to be around when we engage with council. or when this project engages with council for check-in, I really see the only one that was explicit here was in January to February 2027. So it feels like there's likely other points hopefully intended. So before I go further with that question, can we talk about how council engages with this to sort of surface some of these learnings as we go? And I know that we're not the best comms piece, but there's probably a check-in with council, and there's likely learnings that can be communicated to the community throughout this process. So how have those things been considered?
Thank you for the question through the mayor. The current intention is to include the RCTF work, the task force work, with our key project updates, and include that as one of the projects that we will update on. The current cadence is quarterly.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if that gets to the entirety of your concerns, but go ahead, back to you, Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, just make the comment. I'm not trying to ask for a deep sort of analysis of what's going on in the whole province, but just sort of some basic level setting so people have realistic context of, you know, and I know because things 20 years ago were very different across the province, and a lot of the sort of assumptions seem to be based on how it was 20 years ago. Things are much more challenging across the province now. It doesn't mean, again, that we won't go further, but understanding what does it take as a community, I think would be really valuable, and just so we're all on the same page in terms of expectations and comparators. I just want to follow up a little bit with Councillor Anderson's question, and I understand this is really focused on Brennan Park, but I am wondering how we are balancing this overall with the competing needs with performing arts culture. At one point, we had talked about a wellness center as part of Brennan Park, and then maybe some of those spaces could be used for some of these other things. Like, where's the line, or how are we sort of giving this adequate focus, but not to the exclusion of everything else that we need to be doing?
Through the chair, thanks for the question. There will be consideration of cultural needs as a part of the upcoming strategic plan updates that we spoke to a bit earlier, where there's opportunities in this process as we assess the multi-purpose spaces and gymnasiums and potential stakeholders that are involved. We'll see where there's opportunities for assessing and supporting needs there as well. But the focus is the recreation center, and the focus is the pool and the rink and related amenities. So yeah, we'll go through that process, and then it'll be addressed through future strategic plan updates as well.
You okay for now? Thank you. Councillor Greenlaw, then Hamilton.
Okay, thanks. Through the chair, there's I don't know, this is just such a big conversation, so just putting my head together here. I just wanted to start out with, what is the budget that we're planning to spend on consultants for this?
Thank you for the question through the chair. Our recommendation is $1 million over the life of the phase, this current phase. That would include the various specialty consultants for the electrical service upgrade, the archaeological assessments, and building condition assessments, in addition to the demand assessments. There are quite a few qualified professionals and experts will need to weigh in on the work.
Okay, just following on some of the kind of tone that Councillor Stoner was going on, like, one of my concerns is, or sitting around this table, I see a lot of bills for consultants. And one of my concerns is that we're going to use consultants for, first of all, something that we can get for free from the public, but second of all, in precedence to our public's opinions. So just kind of building on what Councillor Stoner was saying, I think it's very important that we use the resource that is our public more significantly in this process. Sorry, that wasn't a very well framed statement, but my concern is that we're not going to have the user face engagement, that the user group engagement that we really should in this project. And again, that is a free resource for this. So I also kind of wonder if we can use members of these user groups to gather a lot of this information for us that a consultant would do for a vastly more expensive fee. So that's one of the pieces that I'm concerned about. And I'm also wondering if any, so the $1 million is just strictly for consultants then? Is that kind of what you're saying? $1 million over the next 3 years is strictly for consultants?
Through the chair, yes, that is the case. Just in response to the queries in relation to utilising the resource that we've got, absolutely, we recognise that the community has a number of resources. What we can't ask the community to do is provide us with professional opinions, liability-based opinions on what we can do. So Ms. Cornwall spoke about the archaeological work, spoke about the electrical work and things like that. We absolutely can and will be engaging with the community groups in getting their feedback, but it isn't the practice of the district to rely on the community to undertake the work of professional consultants.
Yeah, I appreciate that. There are some aspects that can't be replaced by public interface, absolutely. But some of the validating of needs, I would expect a lot of that could be done through validating the experiences of our user groups. Is kind of where I'm going through. Absolutely, for our archaeological purposes and electrical updates, that is a professional mandate, absolutely. But one of the other pieces I wanted to touch on, again, is just utilizing this public asset, our public as an asset, I should say. It was mentioned that how are we going to, how we leverage any fundraising done by the public. I wonder how we can leverage our public interest. What is our plan to use our community members in this project? Skilled volunteers, local business donations, in-kind donations. The original Brennan Park was built, as I understand it, through a lot of volunteer contributions as well as public fundraising, and this is something that Ms. Boxford mentioned earlier, and I both love and hate this piece. I've heard it before, but it's so illuminating that municipalities get less than 10% of the taxation income, and we own about 60% of the public infrastructure, which is to say, from a funding and capacity perspective, an expansion of this magnitude of a recreational facility is frankly an extremely heavy lift for an institution of this size and means. We need all the help that we can get, and we have a public, or at least user groups, who are more than eager to help. So I guess what I'm saying is it would be great if we could leverage that asset and to have that in mind of what can we actually offload to the public, essentially, of keen members who are willing to do that work. There was one other piece that I wanted to mention. Is there any money that's being put aside towards a position that's actually going to be actively finding funding resources for an expansion?
Through the chair, thanks for the question. So the position request that we've put in through the general operating fund, the community partnerships coordinator, will help leverage our economic development officer to support with funding strategy development. So there is a position that's tied to this that will help support unfunded projects such as this and potentially other projects as well.
Great. So I'm kind of hoping that's combing through any kind of grant funding opportunities, but also perhaps liaising with members of the public on their fundraising opportunities so that we can bring it into alignment. Because to your point earlier, you mentioned, obviously what they fundraise needs to align with something that we're actually going to activate. So working with community members on having their fundraising be as usable as possible.
Yeah, through the chair, absolutely. It's that position is allowing us to implement the community agreements policy, which is the mechanism to look at funding opportunities from the community.
And there is one other piece. We occasionally get emails from members of the public who are keen to increase their taxation to fund something like the expansion of a Brennan Park recreation facility. And I was wondering if that's on your purview at all, either to just kind of scope the public opinion on taxation increases that would be directly applied to the expansion of recreational facilities.
Thank you for the question through the chair. Absolutely. We will look at all facets of funding, everything from taxation. I mentioned earlier, if there's a special taxation, and then there's P3s, so private public partnerships. There's a myriad of things that we will explore in terms of funding.
Okay, thanks.
I've got, just on this piece, maybe this is the time to ask this question is, where does the larger community come into this? Like, where's that decision point? We understand that once we further understand what's possible on the site, the what the price tag is to achieve that, and all this work this is us prioritizing it as an organization, what we're discussing now. However, if there's 5,000 people that use the rec facility on a daily basis, there's 25,000 people that don't. And like, where do you see that check-in? Is that at the end when there's the recommendation comes forward, and then there will need to be, I'm optimistic that there's grant funding that takes the majority of this, but it's likely need to contemplate a tax increase, a rec levy, something else that will need to be put to the public in some way, in my mind. So where does that broader public piece come into this work, or is that sort of order of events that I laid out essentially how the broader public will end up weighing in on this?
Thank you for the question through the chair. I will begin, and I'm sure I'll get some support from my colleagues if needed. I see it as step 3 of phase 1 is that demand assessment. We are not looking in isolation of the user groups and their use of the recreation center. We are looking at the community of Squamish and what they need from their recreation center. And whether that informs us, what it informs us about ice rinks or pools or a wellness center, that is going to be the output of step 3 that will then inform the recommendations that come from that. The service levels we have today, we need to understand in comparison to other similar sized municipalities from our qualified professionals and consultants. Are we servicing the community in a way that is consistent with how other municipalities service theirs?
And through the chair to add, the service level discussions also up to council to determine what level of service they want comparative to other communities. And that will be a part of the analysis as well.
And that would be captured in this timeline in that step 3 as is on the screen. So that's something that this council will be discussing with the group.
Apologies, through the chair, yes.
Okay, thank you. I've got Councillor Hamilton next, and then Councillor Pettengill on this. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just, with that timeline, would there be enough time to get a referendum question in with the election? I just foresee that if we don't sort of structure something constructive, the election will become whatever the public thinks the referendum question should be, and we may not sort of end up then as a community being where we want to be. So does this give us enough time where if we need to go to the public through a binding or non-binding referendum, that timing would work?
Melissa Fombito, Corporate Officer. The question regarding a referendum, there are 2 options for a referendum. There's the elector approval process, and then there's the community opinion process. The elector approval process is associated with legislative requirements, and an example would be a loan authorization bylaw. That would be a referendum through an electoral approval process. A community opinion question, as a question on a ballot, is wide open. There are less constraints around that. In terms of timeline, the elector approval through the legislative process, we are likely out of time to include that on a ballot at the moment. A community opinion question requires slightly less time, and it's at council's discretion.
Sorry, the financial piece was like that is because you need a project and you're borrowing specifically for the project, and that's what that timeline is, which we clearly aren't at.
Correct, and it's normally associated with a bylaw, and that bylaw requires approval from the ministry, and it requires a number of very stringent legislative checkpoints, which require time.
Okay, so then, sorry, I'll go back to you, Councillor Pettingill. I think we're on the same. Go ahead.
So just pulling, I think, try not to put words in your mouth, but you said something to the effect that we're getting tight on a community opinion question. Does that mean June 2026 is tight, or we're tight if we don't sort of figure this out by December of this year?
Without having worked backwards in terms of when we need to have the ballots confirmed for the election, likely May would be the absolute latest.
Through the chair, I'd just like to clarify that step 4 of the project is around funding strategy development and, you know, the proposed options. Step 3, as Ms. Cornwell spoke to, will inform what those funding options potentially are, but we wouldn't have funding options until step 4, which is July to December.
But, and again, I'm just, given the timelines, if we wanted to ask the public, for example, hey, would you be open to the idea of a special tax assessment or a big increase, or a sort of a more vague, but sort of a question that would give us some direction? Is that something that you see as not possible or advisable, or that is something we could contemplate?
Yeah, I think I know the response, but I'll go to you, Ms. Glendale.
Thank you, through the mayor. It's kind of like going out and asking for a loan, but not knowing how much you need. And again, this is entirely council's discretion if you want to put a community opinion question on the ballot. And to do it at this election, you would be going out without any kind of validated number. So there would be risk to that in terms of the timing, even though, and so I would caution against it, but recognize it's up to council.
I will say that just on this is something that I have contemplated a fair bit, and reflecting on the previous referendum around investments in recreation. We're already further along than the planning was when the question was asked last time. And I think if there are lessons to be learned there, it's that going further and having more detail is needed. So I think I agree with you broadly, Councillor Pettingill, that it would be nice if we were there and had a question to ask, and the general public weighing in on this, I think, is extremely important, because at some point, just like with the fundraising, we know that there's a big ticket here of I'm not going to pull a number, but it's large, and somewhere there's going to need to be something to pay for, whether that's through taxation or rec levy, or I don't know, whatever the possibilities are, which will be some of the output of this work. So I do think that we're early, and what we get what the future council would get from a referendum question, I think would be may not be as useful as we think it may be at this point. Councillor Stoner? No, you're good. But I was there with you on that one. I have Councillor Hamilton next on the speakers list. Sorry, I've been kind of jumping around, but anyway.
Thanks very much. I'll reorder my questions here. So I find a very interesting juxtaposition between the conversation we just had about cost estimates and the conversation we're having now about we can't provide the exact number until we do the work. I think the thing that we just learned from the cost estimates conversation is that even when we do all the work that we know how to do, we still can't provide an exact number, because we can't know for sure until the project is complete. We've heard that over and over again this term. And I think there's a piece, and this is a comment for council before I ask a question to staff, is when we go out with a number, we need to accept that there's uncertainty in that number. And the question for us is how much work, how much money do we put in to potentially reducing the uncertainty on that number, and how much value does that have? So my question for staff is, in this 3 years, projected 3-year project, what level of cost certainty do you believe you will be able to reach before we go to approval, or the point where we make a decision?
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, ideally, the work that we're doing right now is to get us in an ideal world to a Class D, just to understand what that magnitude is and to know how we would potentially fund it. And it is going to be a large number, and for us to insert that into the financial plan, it would be a placeholder that would happen after phase 2, and we don't have timing for phase 2 yet. But for us to say this is a shovel-ready project, it would still go through those steps, and we would hope to be at a Class B at minimum before we say this is going forward, or what the phases of it is. This is, I think Councillor Stoner mentioned, we almost need a Class E. This is doing the pre-work to get us to a Class D. So this is not work that is going to get us to a cost estimate that we are going to say this is what the project's going to cost. It's going to let us know what we want to estimate and the potential cost that could be attached to it. Because right now we can't tell you what we're trying to estimate.
So even with this work, we're not giving to an exact number. We're not coming to a direct number. This is how much we're asking for a loan authorization for. This is still just preliminary work. So this work isn't leading us to an exact number. This work is the pre-work before we can get to any aspiration of an exact number. My second question is following on from this. In our ACC bylaw conversation, Council initial conversation pushed the ACC bylaw conversation back to staff. One of the pieces was to get a more detailed, a more concrete estimate of our ACC projects, one of them being pools and ice rinks. And after that council motion to do further project work, staff came back with a revised estimate for the pool and ice rink, for a pool ice rink combo of $68.9 million. Why do we need additional validation work? And how did we put that number in our ACC bylaw if we don't have confidence in it?
Thank you for the question. I will start by sharing my learnings through this process, and perhaps someone in planning, I could pass it on to a colleague afterwards. The ACC work, the money that's being given, is based on our current service level. We cannot look at aspirational future growth. So if we are additional services, sorry, our growth level has to be based on our current services. So if our per square foot per capita, what it is today, any growth has to be based on that. And if we are saying, if we decide through this process that we are underservicing the community, that growth has to happen first for the ACCs to work from. And I don't want to extend my understanding beyond that. And I don't know if there's anything to add.
Through the chair, the only thing I would add is that our consultants went out and looked at comparable projects in other communities. So there was no design done for this specific project. These are just comparable projects happening right now in other jurisdictions.
Which modern, more advanced, or in the academics of this business of cost forecasting, there is a tendency towards doing this, what's called reference class forecasting, because it starts to incorporate the unknowns. Because we know that when we engage in a project, there are a list of things that we know will pop up, surprises. Every project has them. You can't plan for the surprises because they're fundamentally surprises. But if you look at all the projects that happen, all the ice rinks that get built, you get this tendency that builds up. Mr. Milley actually referred a book that talks about this about a year ago. So with regard to the ACC project list and the growth components, the net growth related cost for the ACC for this project within our ACC list is 68.9 million. So my question is still there. I still don't understand. If that number is not sufficient, how do we have that as our number to collect ACCs? And I guess I'm going to take back that question because that's an ACC question. So my question then is on, okay, separate question. I'm still frustrated by this seeming we've put a number, but we don't know the number challenge. So I'm struggling with that. My next question is on the real estate and facilities master plan demand analysis. That plan from 2020 clearly articulates a demand for a second pool, and a suggested demand for a second rink. Is there a reason why we need to revalidate the demand that we did in 2020? Do we have any reason to believe it's reduced since then, or why do we need to revalidate that?
Thank you for the question through the chair. I think we need to revalidate it because it is 5-year-old data, that's 5 years old, and we just want to ensure as part of the overall process, because that's not the only item that we'll be validating, is that it's considered through all the work that we'll be doing. I just think that we already have a consultant. It makes sense to look at the data we have to make sure it's still accurate as we move forward from data from 5 years ago.
Through the chair, I'll also add, like, this gives us the most up-to-date and current data for council to make decisions from, and ensures that we're factoring in not just community trends, but external trends, sport trends, what's happening in other communities as well, which there's been a lot of change in the past 5 years. So overall, so we want to make sure we have that up-to-date, accurate information. That's why it's a validation, not a full-on engagement and assessment. And that's why the timeline is, fairly short for this type of work.
So just to orient us, is there the decision for council in this process is approval of the budget as a line item itself? So is that correct? Okay. Council, any further questions on this specifically? We are over time, which I think is appropriate for this, but we do have other pieces left in this process. So I'd like to move us through those, and some of them will likely feed back into this, and we'll have to get through a motion at the end of this process. Councillor Stoner?
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, two hopefully quick questions. One, there's a lot of you on the task force. Who is our staff lead from external communications engagement perspective? And then also, I think to Councillor Pangale's point, like, this is obvious, like a reorientation and a prioritization of this work. What is getting dropped from your other work plans in order to make this a priority?
Through the chair, I'll start off with the leads. So Ms. Cornwall, as the facilities director, obviously that is in with her mandate in terms of facilities upgrades and growth. Of course, Mr. Deo, in terms of the recreation community, will be that key, will also be a key stakeholder to that. We will continue to utilise our existing communications function. So it will be Ms. Christina Moore and her team who will be doing the liaison when it comes to the broader community conversations.
And thank you. And I will just add that the key priority of the facilities construction work is recreation. We're not deprioritizing other projects for this. This is it is in the plan for this to be a priority for us.
Okay, that's helpful to know. Can I just temperature check on the implications or cost knock-on effects of putting recreation above municipal hall? We're already secured office space in 2 other locations. We know we've outgrown this location. And so there are direct costs to not advancing this work. And so I want to confirm that Municipal Hall is not advancing as a result of prioritizing rec. And if that is the case, what are cost implications thereof?
Thank you for the question, and it is a good one that I don't have the answers to give you all the details today, but I can share we are going to be doing a more fulsome space planning and growth planning to understand what we can do in the mid to long term with the assets we currently have and what the implications are if we don't. Specifically to Municipal Hall.
Councillor Hamilton, I understand you have a short question before we move on. Go ahead.
Short question of clarity. In the staff report, it talks about $1 million over 2025 to 2027 to accomplish this work, $400,000 in 2025, $300,000 in 2026, and $300,000 in 2027. I looked back at the special projects for 2025, and I didn't see this there. How are we talking about $400,000 in 2025 when we've got what 36 days left?
Thank you for the question through the chair. I appreciate the opportunity to clarify something I said earlier. The 400,000 that was in 2025 was actually has been relabeled. It was from the Real Estate and Facilities Master Plan Pre-Development Fund, and we're carrying that forward, and the money will not be fully spent in 2025 unless we are able to secure a consultant quite soon and start spending that money. So it will be a carry forward. So the entirety of the budget is what I said earlier, but recognizing that 400,000 was in a previous budget that we'll be using with this work.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, was that Real Estate Facilities Master Plan budget the budget that was intended to do the electrical? So that was just, okay, it's just a renaming.
Yes, we just put it into one.
That's spreading out.
Yeah, I just want to check on the deliverable, and it may be a midstream deliverable or the end. Is this to decide, do we need a second rink and a pool? Is it what other stuff do we need in addition? Or is it, mostly about what do these things cost? Like, what are the key questions we're answering?
Through the chair, I think most of the information is in the project workshop, but some of the key questions we're answering are what are the exact needs in terms of facility option size, where would we put them, what are potential costs, how would we fund them? Those are some of the key deliverables that we're focused on. And sorry, is it also can we construct it at this site as well that were proposed initially?
Okay. I'd like to move us through this, Council. We are quite a bit over time, but the conversations have been very important, but we are in a bit of a time crunch here as we have externals, a lunch break and externals to arrive at 1 o'clock and motions to consider. So, but we don't have the last presentation yet. So we need to move on to the next piece. And yes. So.
Okay, to orient everyone where we are in the workshop, the next few sections, the Capital Committee will present highlights of projects by department, and we will open it up for questions and discussion between each section. First up, we have Recreation, Facilities Planning and Construction, and Facilities Maintenance, who are at the table for the most part.
Facilities employees, depending if they are part of the construction or maintenance subteams, are either fully or partially funded by capital projects that the department is accountable for. There is a placeholder in the financial plan for future facilities projects that are not yet confirmed or identified. The jump in 2032 onwards includes staffing costs that will be incorporated into these future projects, along with an allowance for capital improvements that focus on enhancements and/or work that extends the useful life of district buildings and the systems that are required to run them. Some of the identified improvements include inclusive washroom upgrades at the library, replacements of the exhibits tent and backup generator at the RCMP office, and replacement of end-of-life heating, ventilation, and air conditioning equipment located on the roof of Municipal Hall. The facilities construction team has a focus on long-term capital planning that has been identified in the Real Estate and Facilities Master Plan, such as completing the Public Works Building and working on the Recreation Center Task Force. Current and future work is heavily focused on our recreation infrastructure, and I'll pass it to Mr. Deo to talk about that work.
As a part of the validation work referenced in the Recreation Task Force presentation, updated building condition assessments will be conducted to ensure staff have a clear understanding on work required to effectively maintain Brennan Park Recreation Center into the future. This work in coordination with implementing the district's capital program will allow staff to proactively and effectively map out required maintenance needs in the long-term capital plan. Regarding new recreational infrastructure, the upcoming work in the 2027 Parks and Rec Master Plan update will help determine system-wide recreational infrastructure needs and priorities. The data and recommendations from the Master Plan update will guide staff to implement new recreation infrastructure considerations into the long-term capital plan. Existing recreation strategies such as the Brennan Park Fields and Lands Master Plan have been heavily reliant on external funding sources as per the strategy's intention. Implementing the new community agreements policy will be an important mechanism to support community proposals, which can include funding opportunities to move infrastructure recommendations in the Fields and Lands Master Plan forward. Through the work of the Capital Committee and the Recreation Center Task Force, the district will continue to build reserves and seek external funding to support existing and new recreational infrastructure investment opportunities to address future needs.
The facilities maintenance capital plan will continue to evolve as building condition assessments are updated, our asset management plan is implemented, and specifically to recreation, the work of the Recreation Center Task Force informs future projects. Some of the projects that are recommended to support the investment in the current recreation infrastructure include auditorium ceiling upgrades. This project will upgrade the Brennan Park Auditorium by installing protective barriers over top of existing lights, sprinklers, or other sensitive equipment. This will allow for more flexibility of programming in the space. The Brennan Park roof replacement. This asset renewal project will replace the existing flat roofs at Brennan Park, including the arena, aquatic center, and community center. This work is not included in any other Brennan Park renovation project. The building envelope upgrades, as described in the task force portion of the presentation, the project is for the retrofit of portions of the exterior facade of Brennan Park to improve building efficiency and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And the hot water boiler replacement. This project will replace one hot water heater that will work in tandem with the hot water heater that was already replaced in 2024. These two heaters work together to deliver hot water to the arena dressing rooms and the community center at Brennan Park. Additional projects will be defined and the placeholder budgets that are in the future years of the district financial plan will be updated. I'll pass it back for discussion.
Council questions at this point? I'm going to try to go quickly through these. So if there are questions, jump for it. Go ahead, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. Brennan Park Fieldhouse. I was a youngster making mischief with my dad's tools when he helped to build that building. And I am an eyewitness to the fact that there is imminently salvageable building materials in that building. However, in the project description, it says, following completion of the new build, the old field house requires demolition and disposal. I wonder if staff could assure me that they will be considering building salvage and recycling and local contractors that would be able to jump in and help out the district in that cause for that building. Thank you.
Thank you for the context and the question. Through the chair, I would say that the Fieldhouse project is going to be encompassed under the Recreation Center Task Force work. And I do would like to say that we will take those suggestions back. I think they are great additions to whatever project that we take on.
Okay, thank you. If there's no other questions, this section will move ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, is this where we dig into the specific capital projects?
On this, it's broken into pieces. So we're going to go through some highlights. So that on anything we heard there.
Okay.
Not yet.
In the next section.
Okay. Yep. Go ahead, Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. Through the chair, I think it falls under this one. The existing work for Brennan Park, the mezzanine upgrade and flooring, there's a description for 2031 that says that the mezzanine will not be publicly available space and earmarks money for flooring and upgrades in 2031. It was my understanding or expectation, at least, that the space would be usable for programming after the following renovation. So I just wanted to clarify what will be usable of the mezzanine after renovations.
Thank you for the question through the chair. That is a project that we will need to update as part of a future placeholder. The work that we're doing now with the GICB will make the mezzanine accessible to the public. There might be future work for programming, but the flooring work is being incorporated into GICB.
Okay, so it will be usable programming space at the end of the current renovation.
Yes.
Thank you for that. Councillor Pettingill, you have one that fits here?
I think so. So this is about HVACs at the Adventure Center. I think we've replaced one. We made a decision not to use electric because there's some electrical things. So we went with a new hybrid, I think. I believe there's still a second unit outstanding. I'm just wondering, I guess my apprehension is about doubling down on fossil fuel dependence for another 20 years for this infrastructure. So can we, or what would it take to develop a plan to sort of go electric sooner rather than later? It seems like at the moment we've just decided to abandon the electrification, but how do we actually sort of go? Because when I look at our climate action plan and so on, it really talks about our municipal building energy and so on and needing to deal with that. So how do we, I guess, course correct there?
Thank you for the question through the chair. There is one more unit to replace, and we are going to explore both the hybrid and the fully electric versions. And it is something we can take away and have a placeholder for future years to explore an earlier full electrification. It's just not in the work plan today.
Just one small piece on that, or two things. So one, I want to know, can we look at leasing or buying used or so on if we have to go hybrid so that, it's not as big of an investment. Also, when you say it's not in the work plan, is that council would need to direct something to make it otherwise, or it's just a change to the work plan, doesn't need funding adjustment and so on?
I think we would be looking for council direction, and we can work with our colleagues in the sustainability department to take that on if that is the direction.
Okay, Councillor Stewart.
Yeah, thank you. I had another item on recreation related line item. Let me just find it here. It was with respect to the indoor bike park utilities project. It's still listed as 150,000 for 2026. We haven't received an update on this, and it was originally meant to go in 2025, but clearly is not. And so I'm just curious why we're keeping it in there, or if there's actual work that's being done there.
Thank you for the question through the chair. I will begin my answer and then pass it to Mr. Deo. This is work that when we talk about adjacent lands and electrification, the indoor bike park is part of that conversation. And we have had conversations with the user group in how they dovetail into the larger recreation center task force work. But I'll pass it on to Mr. Deo to add further comments.
Yeah, through the chair, not much to add aside from that this project could be feasible. And 2026 is a timeline that is realistic. We would bring it to council in the future if things reach that stage, but we have not yet. So yeah, we wanted to keep it in there as things progress. So more information will be provided, whether it's viable or not in the future.
So to clarify, this isn't an endorsement of that. It's allowing the work to continue and not having to do a budget amendment in the future if the opportunity arises.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks very much. One question, so a follow-on question about the field house. I see we've got 110,000 in 2026 for this field house replacement and 1 million in 2027. And we just heard from Ms. Cromwell that the field house replacement, the analysis of that is somehow integrated into the rec center planning task force. So is this sort of this 110,000 that's allocated for the field house replacement in 2026, is that still needed? Is that in addition to the real estate, in addition to the Brennan Park rec center, the Brennan Park committee funding?
And thank you for the question. And How I'd like, and through the chair, how would I like to answer is that just coming back to that, doing the right work at the right time in the right order. And there is a recognition that some of the projects in the facilities budget may need to be reset, readjusted in terms of timing and rethought. The current thinking now is that the field house, we need to understand the greater need and how it fits in and will support the splash park and what is needed before I make any conversation or any recommendations on what happens with it. The 110,000 in the budget that you see there, I don't anticipate us doing the work in 2026. There would be a further recommendation once we onboard the consultant and understand what the right order of this work is and how it informs the bigger plan.
Okay, and so I've also heard we've also heard from staff that the field house, this temporary the presentation center that we were gifted from Anthem, that there's a bit of a time limit on how long it can stay there before it gets damaged. This sounds to me as if we're not going to get the Brennan Park analysis done until earliest February 2027. And clearly the Brennan Park Fieldhouse replacement is not going to happen immediately thereafter. So then there's going to be more time. Are we risking that building becoming like just breaking down?
Thank you for the question through the chair. The understanding is that we would like to right fit the Anthem building and not make it so that it is unusable. So it is something we're doing in parallel to the Recreation Center Task Force to see if there is what the right use of it is, and if we need to do anything to it in the interim, if there is a longer wait time, or if there's another use that it could potentially use for. We do not want it to sit there unused.
Great, thanks. Second question is on the animal shelter. I see that there's a 2027 line item to put a replacement animal shelter at the RCMP site for $150,000. Is that a typo? Do I read that correctly? Because the demolition of the existing animal shelter is for the following year at $115,000. So there seems to be I'm struggling to see how it costs $115,000 to demolish a building and $150,000 to construct the equivalent building. So maybe I'm misunderstanding something.
Thank you for the question through the chair. If I could request to come back to you with more information. I don't have that today.
Thanks very much.
I can maybe jump in and provide a little bit of support. Hey, Harmony. Again, Pascal St. Louis, General Manager of Public Safety. I'm assuming Ms. Cornwell will have to come back and provide maybe the facilities planning and construction information, but just to give you an idea of what the scope of that project is and why it is in fact different. So yes, our existing animal control shelter needs to be demolished due to other competing priorities at that site. The new facility or the new sorry, I'm trying to look for the name of it, but essentially that new animal control shelter that's being placed at the RCMP is a very small version. It's essentially just an interim holding pen for dogs that are identified. So we will have to look at the long-term solution for how we manage animal control once our dog shelter is demolished, but this will provide essentially a holding cell for dogs and a dog run. So it's a much smaller scale project at the RCMP detachment.
I'm going to suggest that older building is likely not constructed entirely of hazardous materials, but is likely a factor in the deconstruction.
Yes, I absolutely understand how bringing down a building that is likely has a significant amount of hazardous material in it can cost a significant amount of money. What I'm struggling with is how we're planning for, if we're planning for a temporary building, do we not have a vision for a more permanent facility or a change in the way we manage this over the next 10 years, because we now have a 10-year financial plan, and this is going to be, if this is a service we provide, we will have to put this in.
Thank you. Through the mayor, yes, we did do an expression of interest last year to see if there was a possibility to outsource this
the animal control in future. So that's something that we're planning to explore next year, as well as looking at an alternate facility while using the interim facility that we've planned for. So hopefully we can come to council in 2026 through likely a cow to talk about the options there.
Okay, so I'll put a mental note to plan for a several $1 million expenditure on a new animal shelter. Thanks.
Or maybe not. I'd like to move us through to the next piece of this discussion. And just so council knows, or everybody knows, we're working on a way to juggle our all the things we need to do today to get through the work. So just stay tuned. There might be a change coming to our agendas here. But we're going to keep pushing through this at this point.
There we go. Hey. Hello, I'm Devin Kinaga, Director of Public Works. I'm going to start with talking about the Public Works facility, which is under construction as we speak. The Public Works facility was identified in the Real Estate Master Plan as a critical facility at the end of its useful service life. And the Master Plan recommends replacement to ensure we can continue to provide essential services. The building is actually two buildings in one section being a shop space, the other section being more of an office and for lunchrooms, change rooms, and so on. Right now, we're coming into a phase where we need to start planning for the move, which is anticipated next year. Public Works and Facilities are working closely with the project team, the contractor, to minimize the impact to our services while we move key equipment into the new building.
Thank you. We have hit several major milestones for the Public Works project. The workshop and office foundations are both complete. This is a critical step in establishing the base for the entire facility. The workshop structure and roof are also completed. This means the interior work can move forward on the structure without weather interference. A few of the next major items on the schedule are the completion of the office structure, roof, and envelope. We're tracking these items closely to ensure we sustain our services and can successfully transition into the new space with the Public Works team.
So with regards to the Public Works Department, the capital budget for our department is mainly focused on replacement of core infrastructure, as well as improving safety and security. Highlights include replacing backup generators, replacing essential equipment at the wastewater treatment plant, and then the large item for parks is a placeholder, which starts in 2029 through to 2035 in anticipation of recommendations that will be coming from the Parks and Rec Master Plan. Specifically fleet, there's an error on the slide, I apologize. That should say that the 26 to 2035 financial plan represents over 135 vehicles and equipment that are either being replaced or a small percentage of that is new purchases. Of note, we have currently 11 electric vehicles in the district's fleet. We currently have identified 31 total vehicles in the financial plan that could be electrified. We anticipate that number growing as we complete the fleet master plan, which was talked about earlier in this meeting, as that is going to be focusing on energy reductions as well as emissions reductions. And we'll be looking at electricity or electric vehicles, but also alternative fuels.
Thank you. Conrad Cordell, Director of IT. Quick slide for us. I've focused on some of the major projects that are already in stream. We've got our asset management system. This was recommended as part of the asset management plan. It's a GIS-based solution to help plan and mitigate risk for critical infrastructure. And we're currently actually working with Public Works and Facilities to implement that solution. We've got our HR information system in progress now. We've got a multi-stage RFP out. A lot of prep has happened this year. Essentially, we're replacing spreadsheets with a system for employee tracking and performance management. We'll also fill recruiting needs with an online portal, and we'll include functionality like labor relations management, as well as other requirements. And on the infrastructure side, we're continuing to connect our district buildings and critical SCADA sites. Also working closely with engineering, really installing conduit while work is already happening. Trenches are open, so minimizing costs. We currently have a high-speed network between Public Works, Brennan Park, RCMP, the Adventure Center, and the main fire hall, as well as a number of critical SCADA pump station sites. And so we're working on connecting Muni Hall and the library, as well as the Tantalus Fire Hall. This is a long-term investment into secure, fast, reliable connectivity for the district. Coming up, some highlights. We've got a UBW cloud migration project, moving our core ERP finance system into the cloud-hosted environment. The on-premise system is no longer supported by the vendor. We've also got a virtual server refresh project. That environment is at end of life and the hardware needs to be replaced. We've got council chamber technology upgrades. That includes these screens, projectors. They're all at end of life and actually at constant risk of failure. Additional equipment is also will be procured for offsite council meetings, as well as staff meetings, and really trying to simplify a complex, somewhat cobbled together set of solutions in this room to make it simpler to operate and not at risk of failure. We've got a service inquiry solution that is to track public inquiries and complaints. Currently, we're just using the website forms and email, so it's a dedicated system. And hard to read there, but we also have an AI adoption project coming up. Staff are very excited about this, really trying to leverage AI in a more significant way, implement safe tools to use for staff. Currently exploring Microsoft Copilot with a test group, developing training and working on privacy impact assessments. Privacy and data protection is a key concern. So we will be developing AI governance framework and policy in phase 1 of this project. And that's a very quick snapshot of highlights for IT. Thank you.
Okay, questions, council, on this piece? Go ahead, Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. Can you just, we'll assume that maybe the AI governance and policy work will come back to us as the project evolves. But can you just speak to also opportunities to learn from or work with other local governments who are likely doing the same work at the same time?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Through the chair, there's a lot of work happening across other municipalities. And so we were just at the MISA conference in September for BC municipalities. We're definitely working together. There are working groups. There's a lot we can learn from each other. I would say we're actually just gauging from where other munis are at. We're kind of middle of the pack and where we're in what we're doing. Microsoft Copilot absolutely is a tool that's being explored at many municipalities right now.
Okay, that's helpful. And then just out of curiosity, the service request and inquiry solution, is there any way that could be used for council mail? The system that we have for council mail is also not very useful in terms of being able to actually search through it. Is there any of the existing systems that we're putting in place that could also improve the way that we handle council mail?
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, we'll take that back as a potential requirement and explore that. I like the idea.
Thank you. And then I had one other item. on Public Works, the line item around garbage bin replacements, and maybe cross question for Public Works and sustainability. Are we going to be able to include recycling containers next to the new garbage cans by any chance? Or are they only garbage?
Thank you through the chair, Shannon White, integrated solid waste specialist. Apologies. So what you're referencing, just to clarify, are the streetscape bins on our street. And so yes, that is a project on the work plan that we have to look into it.
So the budget that is here, is that directly one-to-one? It's not necessarily the inclusion of integrated half garbage, half recycle.
Through the chair, correct. It's just a one-to-one at this point.
I won't comment. I'm tempted to comment on everything. I'm not going to do it. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much for the update on the Public Works building. Just a quick, is the timing still on track for completion for June, if I remember correctly, 2026?
Thank you for the question through the chair. At this time, yes, it is. There's still some key milestones we need to hit, but there's no updates to schedule at this time.
And is there any reason to potentially flag any potential cost overruns to expect on that project, or does it seem to be tracking from a budgetary perspective in track as well?
Thank you for the question through the chair. We have been reporting on the contingency spent to date in each of our quarterly key project updates. There has been some contingency spent, but I believe we're still in the 20% of the overall contingency, and I do not foresee any large expenses that we know of today.
Great, thanks. I noticed in that last report that our contingency spend was lower than the fraction of time going into, so that's good.
Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, thanks. I wanted to pick out in this section. I did notice in the council chamber tech updates, it talks about some infrastructure to get the PTZ cameras working and so on. I just hope that we might have a conversation with council before we go down that road. I've found that of all the systems I've used, like Zoom or WebEx or something on a personal laptop is by far preferable. And so I really hesitate about spending a bunch of money and transitioning to these things if that's really not the way we want to go as a council. So just flag that piece. I think, being able to have meetings at 50.
So yeah, let's maybe ask that. We could turn that into a question so we can get feedback.
Sure. Will we have an opportunity to sort of have that discussion about how these be used or how our meetings will sort of occur as we move forward?
Yeah, thank you for the question. We can certainly engage with council before we move forward with that project. The camera integration piece is a relatively small part of that budget. But yeah, we may just choose to do 1 or 2 cameras. There's options.
Okay, thank you. And then the other piece, I guess I just want to ask, will we have a discussion about the AI adoption project and what exactly that entails, or what the deliverables are for that money?
Thank you for the question. We can certainly return to council in the new year to have a more fulsome discussion on that. It's certainly early days for the district. We're at this point just trying to use some of the tools that are already available to us through our Microsoft licensing agreement.
Thank you. I have some questions around that, but I'm going to take that answer and hold those for that future conversation. Although the one thing I will flag now is just as we're looking at our corporate emissions, that we want to make sure that we calculate these things in as we go. And I know Mr. Pickett, I can see Mr. Pickett's right over your shoulder and he's nodding. So I'm going to I'll leave that as a statement there. If we can, I don't see any other hands for questions, so we'll move on to the next piece. Oh, yep.
Thank you. I just wanted to provide some insight that we did actually miss one departmental slide before we went to the questions. So we'll just let sustainability do their thing before we bring the next group up.
Thank you. All right, Shannon White here. I just highlight three large capital projects that are related to the solid waste management of the community. The first is the lateral landfill expansion. The Squamish landfill has been identified as a critical piece of infrastructure for the community, and it's currently expected to reach its lifespan by the end of 2029, early 2030. So it is anticipated that detailed design will begin at the end of 2026 and construction works will begin in 2028. There was a 5.7 million increase, and that is largely due to the cost estimate originally being based on a 2023 estimate, and then also moving towards the 10-year budget cycle, which has included future costs to be better captured in the budget process. The closure of the current landfills, so it is required by the province to close landfills either completely or partially as we move forward with them. And so the funds for this project are all in the reserves already, as it is actually required to annually put money into the landfill closure reserve. And so these works will happen once the current landfill is full and the landfill expansion is accepting waste. And the last capital project is the landfill gas horizontal expansion. And so this is the landfill gas collection system is continued investment into collecting and destroying the greenhouse gases that are created by our landfill through the landfill gas collection system. And then every 2 years, we add another layer of pipes. You'll see that there's a $50,000 the year before, I guess every other year, and that's the design, and then the capital piece is the following year. And so the district just completed the installation of pipes in 2025, with more design and pipes being laid in 2 years, and then the final layer of pipes will be integrated into and aligned with the landfill expansion.
Okay, questions on this piece? No. Thank you. Move on to the next piece of the puzzle.
Afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is David Rolston, Senior Manager of Infrastructure Planning, and I am joined by Dave Merrow, Acting Director of Engineering, Jesse Morwood, Manager of Capital Projects, and Brent McMurtry, Manager of Transportation, here to provide some highlights on capital projects being delivered by the Engineering Department. So engineering has a large number and value of projects in the financial plan that pertains to upgrading and maintaining our core municipal infrastructure, which includes roads and transportation systems, water, sewer, stormwater, and flood protection. These projects have all been informed by our asset management plan and infrastructure specific master plans. So we've selected a few of our larger projects to highlight here. The first is Powerhouse Springs. That project will add a new well and upgrade the electrical infrastructure at Powerhouse Springs, our primary water source, in order to keep pace with community growth in accordance with our water master plan. And a significant component of this project is to increase our licensed capacity through the Water Sustainability Act and our environmental assessment certificate. So this will require a detailed study of our aquifer and evaluating any potential environmental impacts, and also going through detailed permitting processes. The next project is the wastewater treatment plant headworks building. This project includes the design and construction of a new headworks building to replace the existing building at our wastewater treatment plant. Based on a preliminary assessment, the current building doesn't meet seismic design standards and is subject to failure during a large seismic event. It should be noted this is a placeholder budget. It's based on a high-level assessment, and so the cost, the need, and the timing for this project will be informed by an upcoming wastewater treatment plant master plan, which is a special operating project scheduled for next year. So just for everyone's information, this is very much a placeholder budget. The next project is the Whitaker Slough pump station. This is to build a new drainage or stormwater pump station at Whitaker Slough, which is immediately south of the Railway Museum, as recommended in the Phase 2 Integrated Stormwater Management Plan in order to alleviate flooding risk in the North Yards. Currently, the district's Public Works Department has to mobilize temporary pumps during high Squamish River events in order to alleviate water levels. And now I'll hand it over to Mr. Morwood for the final project.
Jesse Morwood, Manager of Capital Projects. The last one on this list is the Mamquam Bridge Deck and AT widening. The main part of this component of this bridge is replacing the surface, which is end of life. Also by extending the life, it's also going to reduce future maintenance for the some of the components that are underneath the bridge surface. Additionally, in the last year, we've added the active transportation component to this project at an increase of approximately $2.5 million. The intent is to find synergies with the bridge deck resurfacing to also coordinate with the long-term goal of all actives, all ages and abilities pathway along Government Road. This project, the grant, the amount that we have in 2026 is $2.5 million. The portion that is grant is substantial, and if we don't get the funding for the grant, then the AT component will not happen next year. Next slide, please. There's also annual projects as part of this program. There's 6 of them or 8 of them listed as well. Those are the aggregate numbers. The total budgets from 2026 to 35 is bolded. They're characteristics of annual projects. First of all, there's often multiple projects within each budget line item. They tend to be smaller. When there is a project that's larger, we tend to pull it out and it will have its own sub-project. They often tend to be multi-year projects with designs happening potentially at the same time as construction for future years. And having an annual budget is easier administratively because there's lots of moving parts. If an issue comes up, for example, a permitting delay, it allows us to pivot to the next priority in the project. So there's some flexibility in having an annual project budget line. With everything else, the annual projects follow the master plan as well as operation and emergent priorities, operational emergent priorities. A few key points about each. The lift station refurbishments encompasses refurbishment of 13 lift stations. The changes this year were extending the funding from 2030 to 2035. This is a recognition that there's ongoing work in the lift stations, as well as it reflects the health of the long-term sanitary reserve and the room to create those placeholders. The road and bridges annual project is substantially paving. We do address emergent road and bridge issues that arise in the year, but the majority of the funding does go to bridges. We did increase the budgets throughout the full 10-year program. Stepped increases in 26 to 27 to $2.1 million in 2028, and then carried inflation increases carried thereafter. Road paint marking is an annual project. There was also 10-year increases. This reflects our growing network as well as the increased use of more durable and yet more expensive paints. For example, the green bike paints that you see in some of our roads. In sanitary, we estimate approximately 70% of our pipes have a lifespan of 10 years or less. The changes for this year were a small drop in 2026, and then through 30 through 35, we saw significant increases. And this is a reflection of recognition that there's a sanitary master plan that's upcoming, and we are expecting higher costs as well. Again, reflection of the sanitary reserve, the health of the sanitary reserve, and the room within that to create the placeholder. There's a storm budget. There was increases throughout the decade as well, and this is to address long-term asset management costs. Water, finally water. This fund is mainly to replace aging infrastructure as well as improve fire flow safety for neighborhoods. There were substantial increases throughout the 10-year budget. These reflect the new water master plan that we have and the subsequent funding recommendations.
Okay, moving into flood, this project will implement dike upgrades. Moving into annual flood protection, this project will implement dike upgrades identified in the integrated flood hazard management plan and also address deficiencies that are identified in our annual dike inspections. The budget is $4 million annually. However, it is important to note that there's an assumed $2 million of grant funding in each year. So if we're not successful with grant funding, the actual municipal expenditure would be $2 million per year. For transportation, this project will implement infrastructure improvements identified in the transportation master plan, including traffic calming, active transportation, and smaller budget transportation improvement projects. The budget also serves as a placeholder budget for major transportation projects planned later in the 10-year financial plan. Next slide. Okay, that's it.
Thank you. If I could start us off, could we go back one slide? In this I see roads and bridges, road paint marking, and transportation all as like potentially could be considered the same and we're no longer. So I just want to make sure I understand the difference between those. In the transportation piece, is that inclusive of all forms of transportation, active and so on, and repaving? Does that fit in roads or transportation?
Through the chair, Brent McMurtry, Manager of Transportation. Yeah, that's correct. So the transportation item shown on the slide is for new projects that have been identified in the Transportation Master Plan, and the roads and bridges and road paint marking are maintenance of existing projects. You'll see later in the presentation that there's unfunded DCC projects, which are transportation projects as well. So the transportation line item there is lower under the assumption that there's funding that needs to be confirmed for other transportation projects.
Okay, thank you. That's useful context as we start this conversation. I'll go to Councillor Pettingill to get us started.
Just for clarity on this point, so paving of say the corridor trail and so on, is that in the roads and bridges budget, or that's a different line item, or we're not planning on that work at the moment?
Through the chair, the paving budget is works through the paving master plan identified projects. So there's projects that will be identified through that process, but it isn't a specific section of a specific road. It's an annual expenditure to maintain where the most need is contained. I'd have to come back to see whether or not the corridor trail has been included in the existing paving master plan.
So sorry, just for clarity, and I wasn't I was using that as an example. So when that goes into the sort of priority planning and so on, it would show up in this roads and bridges numbers we see here eventually.
That's correct.
Okay, other questions? Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks very much. So first, I think it's really sensible to have just that annual maintenance budget that we put in there and let the roads and sanitary and storm and all the different pieces that interact, let you deal with the pieces that are at the highest priority. When you spoke about the sanitary system, you said 70% of our sanitary system is due for upgrade in the next 10 years. What fraction of that sanitary system is projected to be replaced with the 21 million that we have allocated over the next 10 years?
Through the chair, I don't have that exact number. We'd have to come back with that information. Important to note too that within the sanitary budget, in many cases, we aren't completely replacing. We're able to rehabilitate the sanitary system. So it extends the life through relining trenchless construction methods rather than an entire replacement.
You might be foreshadowing our next piece, which is DCCs and unfunded. So,
well, it's sort of, or maybe the unfunded piece, but the DCC is like a replacement of a sanitary system because it's end of life is different, is not a DCC project. Upgrading its size is a DCC. Okay, thanks.
Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, a few questions on this section. Starting with paving and roads, just curious if staff can provide like a high level philosophy on how we prioritize paving certain roads and where the trade-off is with increased frequent maintenance needs for certain roads versus where we would put in more money to actually just like pave it. Paradise Valley is one that comes to mind.
Through the chair, Jesse Mullard. Yeah, thank you for the question. So we generally review the priorities once to twice a year. It's generally now and as well as around budget time. High level, we basically get different departments together to kind of feed the information and have a group prioritization discussion. We look at a lot of different things. Obviously, we have a finite budget we need to consider, general condition of the road, master plans if they're there, traffic volumes, types of roads, types of use of roads, for example, buses, as well as other capital development projects, maintenance issues, and complaints. So we take all that information. So for example, if there's a very onerous road for public works, they're sitting at the table, they're feeding us information, and then as a collective, we're deciding the prioritization based on all those different things. Regarding Paradise Valley Road, generally our paving prioritization generally focuses on existing infrastructure, existing pavement. So when we're looking at gravel roads, there aren't that many. It's usually on a case-by-case basis. We did do analysis a number of years ago, and I believe it was around $1 million to upgrade the road. I'd say that's probably low today. We'd also look, for example, the number of residents on Paradise Valley Road. I believe there are 7 to 8 district residents down there. Also, traffic volumes are very low. Again, one of those characteristics we look at. Regarding actual maintenance on that road, if you want more information, Mr. Barron is here and he can certainly speak to what's been done and also what's going to be done this year.
I don't need all the detail right now. I was more just curious at a high level. I think building on that, though, I am curious. We have advanced some work in terms of trying to provide some community insight into what our prioritizations are for active transportation projects. I just wonder if we can mirror that for other works that we do. Like, how do we communicate to the community, like what our priorities are and how we're working through the list?
Through the chair, I don't think I have a great answer for that. I'm certainly more transparency is great, and we're welcome to share what we do. I don't know if we have a good venue for sharing at the moment, or that we're actually using. I'm certainly happy to share it if there is.
Okay, that's awesome. Maybe we'll learn from the active transportation folks, which I have a question for. There's a line item for $150,000 to further council motion on speed reduction across the community for 2026. I'm just curious if we have any lessons learned at this point from our pilot project for downtown, which was the first phase of the council motion, and if we have anything to actually guide whether it's worth extending that across the community at this time, or if there's maybe an opportunity to learn some more from the first phase of that project.
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, as you're, I'm sure, well aware, we haven't been able to implement the downtown speed limit reduction at this time. We're still actively and, let's say, optimistically hoping that will be completed before the end of the year. And so I think that there could be merit in delaying to see what we've learned from implementation of the speed limit reductions before advancing with the 40-kilometer-an-hour speed limit reductions for the rest of the community.
Thank you for that context. My other question, I think for Mr. Ralston, thank you for highlighting the annual flood protection at 4 million and the breakdown that happens with the municipal versus grant funding. When I look at the capital reserve continuity schedule, 2026 to 2028 actually doesn't show any contribution from the reserve to annual flood protection. And so I'm just curious where that money is coming from and why we're not putting any in.
Through the chair. So we actually were able to switch the $2 million from borrowing to reserve funded. So up to 2028, it was half grant, half borrowing. And then as of 2029 forward, we were using the reserve. Mm-hmm.
And I'll just add to what Ms. Turner has just said is that the reason we were able to do that is we're starting to be able to build the general capital reserve up, that it is now able to remove it from borrowing. So one of the initiatives that the capital committee was actively working on this year.
Okay, I'm going to just situate us for a second on our day because we have one more piece of the presentation from staff to get through, which is the DCCs and the unfunded projects, and then we will need to consider motions. We are well behind in our day, which happens. What we're going to do is I would like us to get through this the final presentation. After this discussion, of course, we'll do the final presentation, discussion of that. Then we'll recess this meeting. We need to open the committee of the whole, which I'll need Councillor Greenlaw will be chairing, and we'll immediately recess that meeting and we'll take our break. And then we will reconvene this meeting later in the day to contemplate motions. That's my intent at this point. I'm just going to go to Ms. Von Bludeau to make sure we're on side with that concept.
You are. I wanted to flag that the committee of the whole, the posted start time was 1 p.m. And according to the procedure bylaw, you need to start the committee of the whole by 1:30. So just bear that in mind.
Thank you. So that's our goal. I'd like to recess this meeting and start the committee of the whole before 1:30. So that's the timeline we're working in. So that's where we are, everybody. With that, I'm going to go to Councillor Pettingill next, and then Councillor Hamel.
Just with the speed limit reduction, can you remind me what's included in that? Is that mostly signage, or is it some education, enforcement, physical redesign? I think it's mostly just signage. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yeah, that's correct. The plan is this is mostly signage and districts-led communication and education, but not a significant campaign. So signage changes throughout the community.
Okay, thank you. And then switching gears a bit, we talked about some of the seismic changes for some of the infrastructure. In some cases, I've come to understand seismic means making sure people can get out of the building without dying, but you still need to replace the building or structure after. In other cases, it seems, no, this is meant to withstand an earthquake or several or whatever, and you never really know. But when we're saying seismic in this context, I assume it's the latter case, like this is meant to survive totally fine many earthquakes in an ideal world.
Through the chair, yeah, the seismic standard depends on the type of infrastructure and criticality of it. In a case of a wastewater treatment plant where it's essential that it continues to function after a natural disaster, it would be held to a higher standard and ensure that it's functional following a major earthquake. In other cases, more minor infrastructure might be designed to hold up and to, as you said, allow people to safely evacuate, but experience significant damage. In a case of this, where it's very critical infrastructure, would be held to a higher standard to make sure that it's functioning after the fact.
Okay, any additional questions? Councillor Hamilton, were you waving me off? Okay, so if there's no other questions at this point, we'll go to the DCCs and unfunded portion. Yep, go ahead.
Well, we're going to have to reset the room after this, aren't we? And have lunch?
I think we'll cover that when we get there.
Well, I'm just wondering if we should put this on pause and bring it back later.
This has all the staff required for this, where the other one doesn't. So we're going to push through this last piece.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Dave Merrow, Acting Director of Engineering. So we're going to briefly talk about development cost charges and unfunded projects. Start off with the DCC strategy work that staff are pursuing. Little background, historically, engineering staff have administered the DCC bylaw with assistance from finance staff. Bylaw updates have occurred from time to time to reflect cost escalation, master plan updates, and regulation changes. This approach is consistent with how many municipalities administer their DCC programs. In recent years, however, staff have identified areas in which the historic process could be improved. Most recently, with the formation of the Capital Committee, staff have begun laying the foundation for current and future work to improve our internal DCC processes, which is what we are now calling the DCC strategy. The goal of the strategy is to develop mechanisms and processes that inform decision-making during the DCC bylaw updates, rezoning and building permitting, and policy review that integrate with long-term financial planning, revenue collections projections, DCC legislation changes, and the district's asset management planning. The strategy will consider growth projections, municipal assist considerations, changes in land use, and construction cost projections. A smaller working group made up of Capital Committee members has been formed to advance the DCC strategy work, consisting of planning, engineering, and finance staff. The working group will report into and communicate out through the Capital Committee. The consultants working on the recent DCC bylaw update are also available to support staff with bylaw-specific and more general DCC policy assistance. What we're now realizing through our ongoing work with the DCC consultants is that the challenges we're experiencing with the development and implementation of our DCC bylaw are not unique to Squamish, and in fact are widespread throughout Canadian municipalities. The DCC strategy work we are embarking on will take time, as there are several independent internal processes that we'll need to review, update, and align. We're also in somewhat uncharted territory, as this level of coordination and planning related to the full DCC bylaw and project life cycle appears to be uncommon within BC municipalities.
As noted earlier, one of the key challenges identified in the development of the 10-year plan is insufficient DCC reserves available to fund all the DCC projects. As a result, included in the financial plan package are a number of DCC projects classified as unfunded until further funding support can be secured through DCCs collected in the future, borrowing, grants, or reserve transfers.
Quick summary on the projects listed here that are unfunded. Just a quick summary on these projects and the scope of them that are currently unfunded. The downtown entrance is a project that will reconfigure the main entrance into downtown to improve the connection to the oceanfront, improve traffic flow, and provide safer and more efficient active transportation. The budget is considered a placeholder at this point while the district reviews traffic operations and advances designs and cost estimates. The second downtown entrance is a project that will build a second entrance into downtown with a new bridge connecting from Laurelwood Road to Pemberton Avenue and making improvements along Pemberton Avenue in order to distribute traffic entering and exiting downtown. The Third Avenue upgrade, Government Road, and Westway projects are all projects to improve active transportation facilities along those roads in accordance with the district's transportation master plan. The Easter Seals Gravity Lift Station refurbishment will increase the capacity of the lift station to keep pace with ongoing growth in Brackendale and Chikai Fan. And finally, the long-term drinking water source expansion is a placeholder budget to enable the addition, either the addition of another well at Powerhouse Springs or to add treatment to our surface water source at the Squamish River. And that's pending a future study that is a special operating project in our financial plan as well. And it's also dependent on the district's ability to receive permitting expansions to our licensed capacity.
Okay, council questions here? Councilor French.
Thanks, Mayor Herford. In the unfunded projects, I didn't really hear anything
that talks about how to address moving those projects from unfunded to funded. Did I miss something either in the reports or could you talk about that?
Thank you for the question through the chair. At this point in time, we don't have additional funding sources for these projects. We will continue to work with our consultants, looking at our revenue projections for the DCCs that are ahead for the reserves. We'll also look at when we can utilize borrowing, if we can utilize borrowing, looking at different grants and whether or not we do some inter-fund support. At this point, we don't have that, but it is absolutely priority of the capital committee in the next fiscal to start working with those ones. The ones we did tackle this year were the more immediate projects on deck.
Okay. So then that has me thinking about two projects in particular, the Pemberton Laurelwood Bridge, which many in our community are saying we needed last year, and the active transportation for Depot Road, which is a 2027 budget item. So should we, council, be prepared to see specifically these two projects potentially pushed out further? I wonder if you could just expand a bit on those two items and their immediacy.
Through the chair, so the Depot Road Active Transportation Project isn't an unfunded project, so it currently has secured funding, including grant funding. I don't believe it was displayed on the previous slide or in the package. The second downtown entrance Pemberton Laurelwood Bridge project is one that is in the budget for 2030. And we, as council is aware, applied for federal grant funding to fund a portion of it, which we still haven't heard back on, but it allows the district to confirm what is the best way to fund that project as we work towards that timeline.
One detail I forgot to add as well is just the planning and design portions of those projects are funded so that we can continue to advance and apply for permits and hopefully deliver the actual project as shown currently in the financial plan, even though it's unfunded, and then provide opportunities to seek other funding opportunities while we actually continue to advance the design and planning of the projects.
Okay, thank you. And Mayor Herford, I didn't tackle my pool deck question, which I was sitting on until the end. I'm going to sit on it for now.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. I've got Councillor Hamilton next, and then Pettingill, then Greenlaw.
Thanks very much. I really appreciate the idea of having a list of unfunded projects. I've been grappling with how to have things like in the previous budget, we had a pool and an ice rink in the budget, but no way to fund it, and which was challenging. Absolutely appreciate this approach. However, that list seems very short to me. And when I look at the DCC, the list of DCC projects that came through in the recent DCC bylaw, that's much longer than this list of unfunded projects. So how do we capture those projects that are in the DCC bylaw, not in our financial plan and not on this unfunded project list? Where do they sit?
Thank you for the question through the chair. So we did take a look at what other communities were doing in terms of the unfunded, where we got this idea of bringing the unfunded list. Typically, it's not an all exhaustive list. These are the ones that we have a priority to tackle right now. And the idea behind the unfunded is to say, these are our priorities that we need to be seeking funding for immediately. Some of those other projects will be in the future, and they're not necessarily as a priority at this point.
Okay, and that priority is set by the time, like it's a time priority, not a values priority.
Typically, yes, but there could be other reasons.
Great, thanks. And the other aspect is the ACC unfunded projects. Is there ACCs and DCCs now we're dealing with these things in a sort of legislatively similar way? Are we planning on making an ACC unfunded projects list to approach the two pieces in the same with the same methodology.
Thank you for the question through the chair. That is absolutely something we will look to tackle in future committee discussions, future financial planning cycles. Currently, the ACC portion is in total transition. We're still moving between CACs, ACCs, and how that looks.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Pettingill?
Yeah, just for some reason, I had it in my head that the Laurelwood Bridge was going to happen in 2027, and I may have been mistaken there. And I understand that the dollars challenges. Where is in terms of project planning and readiness? Like if someone dropped a bag of cash in our laps magically, could we go, or is there a fair bit of design and engineering and a whole bunch of work still to do as well?
Through the chair, there still is work to do. We're actively advancing that work, but if you find a bag of money, you would need a bit of time to be ready to go.
I'm going to go to Councillor Greenlaw.
Thanks. Through the chair, we've heard about a few different like task forces and committees that are being formed today, and I was wondering if there's been any consideration having a council member on these groups.
Through the chair, not at this point. Possibly at this point, we're very granular. We're still forming, deciding what we're doing with it. It's very technically heavy. I think that council interaction at this point is when we're here, when we're bringing the information and the technical work to council for direction and consideration.
Yeah, I think that's also kind of a question / comment that should probably go more to my council colleagues. I think it would be beneficial to have council members on some of these committees and groups. It's very difficult to have these very deep, profound conversations with this kind of like surface level information that we end up having. I think it would be a benefit to the community to have us more involved in these groups.
Councillor Stoner?
Thank you, through the chair. It's 1:23. We need to open another meeting in 7 minutes, but I am going to quickly take the bait and just counter that I actually would strongly urge my council colleagues to not suggest we start putting councillors on staff committees. If we want to strike a committee of council on something that is specific, we can do so. We can change the way that we meet. We can have additional meetings in committee of the whole. We can strike a finance committee to oversee, and we can do check-ins with the committees themselves. But I think inserting council members onto staff committees is a very slippery slope with respect to governance.
I didn't take the bait on that conversation, but you summed up my point of view quite well there. So thank you. Council, any additional questions on this unfunded piece? Seeing none, I'm going to use the last minute on the clock to ask the pool deck question. If someone has an answer for that, is there an expenditure that we should see somewhere? Do we need to do that? Where are we at with that?
Thank you for the question through the chair. I can confirm that the ask went to the SLRD for the next 5-year capital planning cycle to do the pool deck replacement in 2026 and 2027.
Okay. Thank you. So we are going to, seeing no other hands, I'm through my speakers list. What we're going to do now is we're going to recess this meeting to reconvene following the termination of the 3 p.m. special business meeting. And we've got to move here. So what I would like to do now is I would request that Councillor Greenlaw open the committee of the whole and then immediately recess, and then we'll take our break.
Hello and welcome to the committee of the whole meeting for November 25th, 2025. I'm acting Mayor Lauren Greenlaw. Please be advised that this council meeting is being live streamed, recorded, and will be available to the public to view on the district Squamish website following the meeting. If you have any concerns, please notify the corporate officer, Melissa Von Bladeau, present at this meeting. My first motion will be a motion to recess. No? Is that, you're looking around funny? Is that wrong, right? Do you want, okay, should we adopt the agenda first? Okay, Council French moves. I don't care. What do you want to do? Is that not right?
You're doing great.
Councillor Stoner seconds. Now I would like a motion to recess, please. All in favor? There you go. Unanimous.
You don't need to call a motion on the recess.
Okay, we're gonna have a recess now. Thank you.
You
Bye.
want to start at 2 o'clock.
We're gonna reconvene at 2 o'clock. Thanks.
Thank you, everybody. That was a marathon. Much appreciated.